将拨开雾霭迷茫，不介意一日过半，过眼的葱郁风光，细数泛了黄。
出征，时节已到，该启程了。
抱歉，恕难从命。
那快别理他，祭典要开始嘞！
这头真妙，好剑法！
确有一皇一凤。
俺这姐姐好厉害！
别怕，看阿姐射他下来，为你报仇。
阿珍，你要去哪里啊？骑慢点儿！这是掌
混沌真气乃救世关键，你绝不该安居一隅。
住口！是，别说了！放开我！住口！不要再胡言乱语！你是谁？放开我！去死！给我去死！杀了你！杀了你！杀了你！阿姐在。只不过是一场噩梦，很快便会醒来的。我这里绝不容许任何人再伤我家人分毫。
不是说要留守家中，心意已决。
别多问，上路吧。
姐姐， 将拨开雾霭迷茫，不介意一日过半。过眼的葱郁疯狂，细数泛了黄。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host and caster, Seb. I am joined alongside one of the greats of NARAKA, the other host and caster for our day today. It's going to be Mr. Raven PLZ. How are you doing today, Raven? How are things going with you? It's been a while.
It's been a while, Sebulous. It's been a while. It was only yesterday that we were both in China together, and now we're almost through the year. We're second week. We finally get to do an NBPL Trios upper bracket. I've been on the lower bracket side. I've mainly been on the solo side. I'm happy to finally see the trio side. I've been hearing a lot of whispers of just the mechanical demons that a lot of these players have gotten to. For the first time, I know last season, TXJ was just like, you know what? I'm going to hold rank 1. And like for the whole season, he just absolutely crushed it and held rank 1. Usually the pros stay out of ranked and they chill. But speaking of chilling, guys, today, if you chill with us, 15 minutes you get some take, 30 minutes you get some silk, 60 minutes, that's when the bonuses start popping in. But remember, making it to finals is where you're going to get those nice, dope bundles. Free stuff just always has a nice ring to it. But yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This 2026 NBPL Trios. I mean, I was very excited to see solos. I just popped in to see how Frostivus was doing and watch an upper bracket game. I've mainly been on the lower bracket side, but looking at the upper bracket side, a lot of people were a little bit hesitant about the new rules. I was like, you know what? Let's just see what happens. Let's see how it plays out. And so far, it's been very, very exciting. Games pretty much are the same pace. It's just, I would say the late game has just been thinned out a little bit more. But I'm curious to see what the great minds and trios have figured out so far, because now a meta is being established on both modes, solos and trios.
Yeah, I definitely think that the rule set has been very beneficial to the trio side. I've been mainly over at trios, haven't gotten to do too many solos matches this year. This season yet, so you know, I'm excited to see the solos when I get to that. But the trios has been so fun to watch. The martial artists in the trios is insane. The team comps that these guys have been cooking up specifically for that mode have been incredibly innovative. Very diverse lineup of heroes that we've been seeing coming out. We see some really cool stuff with like Aiko's Viper and Monk, like a wombo combo style play that comes through. There's like there's a couple other ones that we're getting to see come out where these players have been playing Justina V2 to counter the Faria. There's been so much innovation coming out with this trio season. I think with the 8-player or the 8-team lobbies, you really do have to adapt, because the consistency element of playing consistent across all of those 6 games is become so much more important than it has in the past, because there's less players to put kills up on the board. There's less players to eliminate, which means that there's less of a chance to if you are very close in proximity in scoring to somebody else, it is way more difficult to climb up and beat them if you have a bad game, because there are so many less points to get. Taking a look at our standings really quickly, down in 16th place is going to be Fun Plus Phoenix, 15th is going to go to Alliance, followed by OUG, 521 is going to be in 13th, WFG, IG, WBG, and SS1 are also going to be making up that bottom 16. So these are the teams that we won't be getting to see compete today, as they are in that losers bracket. Team TE is going to be leading the overall standings after stage 1 with 45 total points. GG is going to be getting 40 points. SR in 3rd with 35. Wolves with 30. 25 for XKG. YZG is going to be in 6th. RW actually made it into that 7th place position, and DRG has gotten themselves into 8th. As we're going to take a look at our brackets coming up here. Our winners bracket up on the top side, that's going to be TE, 521, Wolves, XKG, SR, RW, YZG, and Invictus Gaming, IG.
Wow. Wait a minute. That was weird, because on the other leaderboard we saw 521 not in the top 8.
I think it's that's the overall scoreboard. Like after stage 1 has been complete, this is the bracket.
Okay. The points totaling. So today we are going to see the veteran teams going at it. We still see the heavy hitters doing very, very well. Wolves, SR, TE. Even though SR is new, they pretty much, since they won a lot of 2025, we're gonna go with their veteran team now. TE, basically the JL roster, moving over back to his home base, TXJ, with TE. YZG also doing very, very well. The new names, XCG, RWIG, I mean, the upper bracket doing well too, picking up some of those veteran players. Ooh, I really want to see some matchups today of best on best. The martial arts, definitely one of my favorite additions to what they've done. I feel like it's going to push mechanical ceiling of these players to new levels. Before, this is something that was always kept secret behind closed doors. No one would show their 3v3 practice just because winning Yang in tournament was just so important and you didn't want to give any edge to your opponents. But now, since it's becoming very normalized, it's not really as much of a reason to hide your 3v3. And we see more and more CM teams showing their 3v3 scrimmages with each other, and then lots of volume, just getting in there and mashing against each other with these ultimates. But SR versus TE, I really want to see what's been going down. We've seen a meta established where everything is revolving around countering the Hottie, Zipping, and Enor. And we see weird Monk compositions coming out and weird Akos Vipers compositions coming out just to try to snipe that snipe the Hottie out of it, and then switch over to the Yushan Enor, or Yushan Justina. What was the third again? Oh, Shuhan. And rush down the Viper comp. So it's Viper, Monk, and Hottie being rotated in martial arts with the weapon drop going down, still flying knives being utilized the most. So has like Fistblades kind of come back on Monk, which is weird to me because I still haven't seen the big reason that it's on Monk other than him trying to survive as he de-transforms.
Yeah, I think mobility is definitely playing a part with the Fistblades. I think we've also seen a bit of staff come out for that same reason, is the mobility of the staff and then just like a little bit of extra control that you're going to be able to get with the staff compared to the flying knives, which is the best weapon so far for control and damage. But as far as just keeping space, I think that the staff has offered a good substitute for that. I've seen a lot of players opting to run staff or spear as like a backup weapon that we see oftentimes. Yes, Fistblades are coming out as that secondary choice. And I mean, Fistblades are still a great weapon. Obviously, the flying knives are just undisputedly so good. No matter how much unless they make them, like they nerf them to the point where they're unplayable, they're going to be controlling the meta no matter how far the range catch is going to come through. The damage point blank is still incredible.
Oh, TXA uses a gel pad. Ladies and gentlemen, you got to use a gel pad on your wrist if you're looking for longevity to keep going. Having that gel, but having that elevation for your wrist on the keyboard is so big for running those 10-hour sessions, running at maximum. One day you're going to feel it in your wrists, and you'll be thanking me now if you get one of those gel pads and just never let those micro pains ever build up, as we're going to be loading up into the martial arts. All these teams locking in. I always love looking and breaking down the body language, Seb. Looking at the players, seeing how they're feeling. RW, definitely pressed, excited to set up and show what they have worked on this coming about. I haven't been able to sit down and really watch the hitters on RW. Wolves with most of their old roster, ZK, NHQ. Will they be able to show their dominance again? I mean, they won in 2024. 2025 went to SR for Jacob. This year, new roster, still same consistency, always on the upper echelon of the league. Can they do as well with not some of their veteran players moving on and being traded to other teams?
Yeah, I think that they're gonna do a good job. Like, I think that even though they've lost a couple members of the roster, the team has changed up a little bit. I think that they have just the synergy together, especially with the new lineup, to continue a prosperous season. And I think that they're set up for victory. They've been doing really good. They did really well in stage 1. Stage 2, they've been coming out strong. They're in the top of the winners bracket. I think that they have a good shot to do really well this year in stage 2.
521's going to be opening up versus T. They're one of the few teams that gets a 3v3 practice with Mr. TXJ. A lot of these teams are very selective of who they're willing to practice with each other, just because you don't really want to practice with your rival all the time. You want to dry run, try some new stuff, not really give up some losses. SR, with their new player NY7 from Alliance, he was the hard carry from Alliance. Now he's moving over to the winning team of SR. I was wondering how well he was going to gel with SR. SR history was way back. They were OUG S, the B team of OUG, but they did so well in a Koi Cup that they made it to Nbpl. The roster kind of got moved around a little bit, but found themselves back on SR, and they absolutely dominated 2025. And they were looking a little shaky going into last year's J-Cup, but they had won a lot. They won EWC, and they were pretty dominant throughout the year. I should have picked them. I was hesitant. I went with my gut pick. I'm still always regretting that. I had a feeling that SR was going to be the best team, and now I'm always a big fan of the innovation. I cannot wait to see SR and TE kind of face off and show me what the cutting edge of NARAKA Trios looks like.
I think the new addition to their team with NY7, it really takes away from the core synergy that SR had last year. We saw them under pressure perform incredibly well at the highest level, and I think this year they really are lacking in that area. When it comes to those high pressure situations, they haven't seemed to be able to pull through as much as they have in years past. I definitely think that they are going to learn to play together as a team a lot better throughout the rest of the year, and they've proven that by stage 2. They're already coming through winners bracket. But it was really difficult. It was very unfortunate to watch them in the stage 1 losers bracket. They weren't playing very well at all, and they managed to scrape by just a little bit, but it was really tough because you could tell that something was off and they just needed to figure out that one thing to fix. Hopefully they're going to be doing a bit better today. But we're going to be jumping into our verses almost right away. We've got IG versus Wolves coming up first. XKG going to be facing off against RW second. TE versus YZG. Then SR is going to fight 5-1. These are all best of 3 fights as we get into our verses. This is just such a good way to start off the day, Raven. I personally love the addition of game 1. We get some martial artists. It's a good way for the players to just get that first game anxiety that's always had. You can always tell some of these players are just, right off the jump, they're not performing the best. And this allows them to get that out of the way as they go into the battle royales. As we're kicking things off, IG versus Wolves, fight number 1.
We're going to be seeing that Chuhan, Yushan, and Justina trying to snipe out. Possibly someone opening up with the Wamo Viper, but no. They're going to be fighting against the hottie Enor as Justina XXL getting zip and zappity by this Enor. ZK all over my man, but he is going to get the double freeze. Han coming in with the combo, looking for that charge. R&B with the Yushan, swinging a miss though, as Hottie swinging, trying to lock down this Justina. As I'm surprised XXL's positioning right here, sitting on the edge, and then at the very end using the double dash to stall out and get out of that focus fire. Wolves, though, their POV, the zipping heel ticking away. This is the strength of this composition. It's just so durable. All of them almost full of health, but wait a second, and HQ gets his armor stripped from him as ZK looking for the flank with the flying knives. Looks for the parry, not able to get it, but his teammate picks up for his slack. But NHQ, the hottie is gonna fall as they find a kill into the Justina, but ZK takes a double charge to the face. XXU, though, is getting locked down by Zipping XN. Says no. We're gonna tap this one in and close out round 1.
Oh, here we go. We've got Akos Monk versus Akos Viper Rumi. As one team's gonna have a lot of healing, one team's gonna try and wipe them out as soon as we jump through. Wolves gonna be looking for that immediate ult aggression, as we are gonna see the Monk ult coming out right away in this comp here. Han gonna get grabbed out almost immediately. This is gonna be perfect for them here. You're gonna see the slam down coming through, but the stun doesn't come out, so we are gonna get the Akos cage coming in. ZK trying to go for the grabs again, but he's just gonna be taking so much chip damage at the feet. Is gonna be able to find the double, though. So we're gonna see the double grab, double slam coming through. XXMU gonna have to put up that Kurumi ultimate to try and gain some health back as the Monk ult's coming down. I don't believe we have any other ultimates available. ZK gonna be trying to go for that shotgun burst onto Han. Han backing off as XXMU gonna be taking a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, XXL goes down. Mu trying to get out of that fight, but the Dragon's Rush into the Neja's Might from the spear of XN just gonna be so damaging. And in the 2v1 situation, almost nothing can be recovered as Han's gonna get himself parried. ZK with the final kill as we go 2-0 for Team Wolves right off the bat.
Ooh. Quick and easy. Moving on to RW. And they're going to be opening up with the Wombo Nonsense Akos Viper Monk. Looking for a quick kill with that Akos Viper cage with a snake. Monk is going to be looking for the grab right here, but the execution onto the Viper is forcing out the stun from both of them immediately. Youth gonna get scooped up by ZXL. AB now gets the one grab. Both of the Monks with a grab, a little bit of boxing. Mano denying some of the damage. AB not getting the best of it, getting a 2-piece to the face. A little bit of a jab cross onto the Monk as Yuan is going to be diving in, gets a parry for his trouble. His Akos teammate is down now in a 2v3 situation. He's trying to even up the field. F2 Viper, wait a second, 1, 2, 3. Gonna bring it through, sends the one charge, but he eats silence from Junxian. They're gonna take it down in the mirror matchup. Another mirror. Ooh.
Back-to-back mirrors, and this is something that is interesting because these teams are definitely trying to mess with their pick order to try and make sure that they can get the comp advantage. But when we get the mirror matchup, it really goes to a reliance on skill, timing, and just all of those micro decisions that you have to make when it comes to the 3v3 fightings. We are going to see the ults almost coming out immediately for both 2Tick and Youth. Both of these players trying to create enough space for their team to get an open engage. We're trying to get 2Tick to come through. He's gonna be able, oh my goodness, what a dodge from the zipping Yuan of that impale. Is gonna end up getting impaled the second time as Youth gonna eat up. He's gonna send out 2 shotgun bursts into a 1-2-3 onto 2Tick, taking so much damage that Kurumi and the Hottie Cube is going to be, or sorry, the zipping ult and the Hottie Cube is going to be helping 2Tick out quite a bit. Shotgun Burst is going to be coming in. Yuan hasn't dropped that zipping ultimate of his own yet, as we're going to see it come out now. And this is where RW is going to be able to go onto the offensive here. They are fully slotted with that ultimate. The reset has gone down for XKG. So they're going to be at a bit of a disadvantage. Big parry going to come out in the back end. Clank going to come through. Yuan going to be able to get the full 1-2-3 off. No focus attack connect for 2Tick. He's going to be backing up. Big parry going to come through onto AB. Beautiful reaction as AB gets absolutely melted by 3 flying knives. Whipsword going to be coming out from Youth as well as he's going to get kicked up into the air. Jump LMB's followed by the shotgun burst, and all of a sudden it's a 3v1 for XKG as Yuan going to get taken out, and we're already switching to TE versus YZG.
Ooh, a classic here. 2 veteran teams going. Meshan, what did we open with? Ooh, oh, a little bit of a different take. Both of the strongest Yang teams opt to going with the strongest comp first. No shenanigans here. Calling out the bluff. We dare you to run the Viper shenanigan first. We dare you. As we're going to be following TXJ on the Enor. Misses the F2. The name of the game of the Hottie anti-burst comp is get the zipping ult out as fast as possible. You were seeing TXJ try to lock down the zipping. Not able to. Secondary target smacks up the Hottie just for a second. Really trying to connect to Cuckoo on the zipping right here, but Cuckoo doing a really good job of staying out of sight, out of mind. Finally, we get the zipping ult out as we come out of Enor ult. Not ideal. We're going to keep up the pressure onto the zipping as Hottie ult's going to be coming out. Swinging, flying through, trying to lock down Cuckoo, but Cuckoo able to kite this out. Now finally switching over to the enemy Enor. Everyone gets a piece of that cube. TXJ uses the cube to come back, stay on his target. QGG fighting off the mirror Enor of TXJ, and that Cuckoo, he was staying alive. But finally, TE is going to close the distance, get a nice surround on Cuckoo. She makes her way out of the corner. Nice peel coming out from QGG. That banana peel making it slippery for TE to chase down. They're zipping, but how long can they hold on? All of them 1 HP. 17S with the parry, bringing this back, but TXJ, anything you can do, I can do better. Gets the parry and takes my man down.
They save the Karumi, or the zipping, but at what cost? They end up losing out as TE go up 1-0. Gonna see Akos Viper versus a Takeda Monk, which is one of my personal favorites. So we love the Takeda here. No Temi for them. We're gonna see the Karumi variation coming out. Monk's gonna be spawning out in the middle. 17S gonna get pushed back, taking that first little bit of damage. We are going to see Wonfang just trying to hold that space, seeing if they can get any extra grabs off. QGG just going to be holding in that space. Beautiful jump cancel. It's not going to help them too much. Big jump is going to come through. QGG is going to get grabbed. Cuckoo 2 has the opportunity to get grabbed here as well. The double stun going to be coming out. That's going to be Wonfang. Almost gets it, but oh my goodness, the Monk D ult comes through. Cuckoo 2 does end up going down. Now it's a 3v2 situation with the Akos cage up. There's not too much this Takeda and Monk are going to be able to do, especially without their Karumi. Such an unfortunate circumstance for YZG, as now in a 3v1 situation, the Big Meow is going to come out, and TE's Wonfang picking up those 2 eliminations. And look at that, 2 O's across the board for our first 3 bouts.
Quick and easy, as we're going to see the other heavy hitter SR versus 521. Another one of those very fun matchups for me personally to watch. 521 really big on practicing their 3v3, and SR no slouch to the fighting shenanigans, as we are going to be following Pampy on the Viper. A little bit of difference of the Wombo variation. We get the Syra accompanied with Viper. We still get that Akos Viper Wombo. We are going to get that Hottie matchup. Who is 521 going to target here? Usually we try to get this out fast. We don't want to go the distance, but 521 is going to try to go with an extended cooldown strategy right here. Staying nice and healthy, not using their cooldowns. Daring SR to touch the edge of their team, waiting to get the pounce. The Akos ult comes out, the Viper stun is going down, but Enor still able to get his ult off. Looks like they were going for the inner. Wait a minute, with the switch to the zipping, but Enor comes out, zippity zap zap onto 2 of them. It's not looking good as Fat Milk just gets deleted. Oh my goodness. That's supposed to be the burst comp, but the burst comp got bursted by the anti-burst comp. Not very bursty. That's why the
not very bursty indeed. They tried to make it happen, but a double impale into a double charge from flying knives, there's really not much you can do about that. You gotta just take your hands off the keyboard and just kind of let it happen there.
Enor cutscene.
Oh my goodness, are they what's going on?
We bugged.
Uh-oh. What's going on here? Ladies and gentlemen, we are taking a slight tech pause. Unfortunately, we could be seeing a whole redo. We're gonna have to wait a second here because it looks like 521 might have had a bit of a technical error here, as we're gonna be holding on for just a little bit.
Well, I've been running Scrim for the past 8 weeks, and you definitely run into bugs. I think the CN client is different than the English client. We actually don't have a trios dedicated martial arts. We have to go to solos and change the rule set. So I was wondering if the bugs were only on our side. This is the first time we've seen a technical difficulty in martial arts, so very weird. Sometimes you get locked out of your character and your abilities, you get forced on abilities that you didn't necessarily pick. And it's weird, just because all the teams are spectating at times. That was one of the things that we figured out, is that if you slap each other while you're spectating, we have to tell everyone, keep your hands to yourself, no slapping, no horsing around. If you horse around, you're going to get put in timeout. So maybe we got a little bit of slippity slappy as you're spectating. No one can keep their hands to themselves. Man, I was excited to see what the second round could go. I'm wondering now if 521 strat, if they were kind of just like reeling because one of their abilities was bug, because I haven't seen a delayed ultimate Viper strat. Usually they try to go as fast as possible. They try to force an issue by getting the hottie to come out. So they usually will go zipping and then swap hottie, or just we are getting confirmation there was a small bug.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we're going to be running through. Okay, so we're going to be jumping back in just a moment, but this takes us a minute to just take a look at the comps. Raven, is this your first time trios this season, or have you done trios a bit before? But obviously, you know how the trios game has been played last season. You've seen some lower bracket stuff. Now we're looking at the best of the best. What's your opinion with the first look on the fight so far? What are you thinking of the trios martial arts? Are you enjoying it?
Feel like the lack of range makes it very strange to me, because there's one thing that I feel like a lot of teams are getting used to right now, is that when you do 3v3 practice, the first shenanigans you run into is unrealistic weapon combinations, because you just get to pick whatever weapon combinations go, and you can go like triple spear, triple flying knives. And in actual battle royale, it's very rare that it runs into, you kind of have to min max and put people on different weapons. So seeing the flying knives, to me, it's the only thing I kind of don't like about this, because what's the strongest strategy I've seen so far, and I was talking to teams about this, is that there's not only is there a dedicated role of someone always holding scale rush, which we saw in 2025, in the Big 26, there's a dedicated role of someone holding a double charge flying knives, like on the edge. That's just like sitting back, holding a double charge, and if anyone's not paying attention or there's a hit confirm, he just lets that fly. And the 2-hit is basically like a really, really long fan, where in that stagger you can just loop someone. And the 2v1 combos are just so much more clean this year. So the main difference I've seen is that more teams are doing that, In lower bracket, only like the top 2 teams were, but from everything I see, there's usually someone dedicated sitting in the back, holding that double charge, waiting to see if anyone's not paying attention and just like letting it rip. While someone else is like running spear, running fist blades, and just like tech chasing over and over, keeping their opponent staggered. If you ever parry, you're just going to get looped anyway. So you're kind of stuck in a very, very hard place when spear can also double charge and close the distance very, very quickly by using the Dragon Slayer double charge. And that's the name of the game, I think, of this year in Trios so far, is that everyone has to reconsider a lot of the distance and spacing of how they deal with situations, just because the threat of flying knives double charge, I think in the future they'll probably change just how quick the animation is, because it's one of the few weapons that even though you're at max distance, the double charge almost instantly hits you on release, so you can't really react to it like other weapons. Like when you see a longsword beam come out, you can react to it, especially with low ping. The double charge of flying knives is just really, really fast, that it is still, you could argue maybe a little bit of a reaction where you can tap dodge to it, but parrying definitely not as easy, even at max range and when you're double pressuring. The one thing I hope changes too is we get this Enor out of here. The Enor meta, it's news to me. Jumping R&B, face aiming is kind of, it ruins the boy and prediction to things. My prediction though in the future is that they just give Yushan a dodge. Could you imagine Yushan running around like Enor having a dodge? That'd be so funny.
Oh, it would be, imagine Enor, Yushan, Shunhuan compositions that would come out from that. Like, we would just see, like, double dodge transformers. Like, oh, you think you can dodge my...
Monk to dodge, too.
Oh my goodness, triple transformers dodge. Imagine a Faria dodge.
Yeah, just all transformers get a dodge. We get a dodging monk scoop. Just like... he overholds
you can just redirect it in the air?
Yeah. You just... Teleporting monk scoop is what I need. A sliding monk scoop behind walls that have too long have people disrespected monk by jumping around him. Too long. Now you're gonna get warping around monk scooper. Just the ice cream scoop.
We're just giving him aimbot at this point.
Well, I mean, if Enor gets to run around teleporting and dodging, why not give it to monk so he can have fun? And then why not give Faria jetpacks instead of it just bouncing her straight up? Let's just giving her side to side jetpacks where she can sliding turret you. Just give everyone ridiculous movement like Enor, or take it away from Enor. Take it away.
I mean, if you press the F with a directional with a directional key, you could press F directional sideways. It'd be very cool. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break and we'll be right back after this.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. SR 521. We get the little bit of a run back here. 521. I'm looking at you guys. You guys better lock in for this run back. Something went wrong. Now everything's going right. They get the opener onto Rico, but the cube is gonna bail him out. We're still running the delayed strategy as 521 running this triangle defense here on the corner. You see the Hottie dive bombing in over and over and over. F2 gonna be coming down with the Eno. We get the zippity zappy on the Pampy, but nice defense from 521. They're gonna lead with the Cyber ult, keeping everyone healthy. NY7 already invested both of their Transformer ults, and now Akko's ult's gonna come out with the Viper ultimate, but can they burst someone through the zipping ultimate? Pampy holds the flank, parries it, and now everything goes well for them. Wait a second, what did they go over with that pause? They just lock in, and SR fall right into the trap of 521. Really, really good team play from 521 there.
Yeah, they're gonna be fuming right now. SR, they had that first match. They were looking really good. As we come into the replay, it looks like we're gonna be seeing 521 taking that first round. Still a chance for SR to come back here, but now 521 on the Enor Hottie fighting against SR on the Takeda Monk composition. We're gonna see. It looks like they're playing pretty passive to start things off, and now the Enor ultimate's gonna come out. Monk ult getting answered right back from Xiao Hao. We're gonna see the Nbpl coming out, but the dodge comes through from the Enor just to avoid any extra pressure from Xiao. As NY7 gonna be taking quite a bit of damage here, just forced to dodge out, tries to go for the heal, is gonna be able to get a pot off. You're going to see Enor just being used to try and gain a little bit of momentum in here. Doesn't want to lose too much of that HP, though. You're going to see the Impale attempt come through. No extra help coming out for Fat Milk, but Xiao Hao going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Huge shotgun burst going to be coming in, but we are going to see the cube out, assisting him at the last second there. Xiao going to be able to get them incredibly low. Fat Milk going to be taking quite a bit more damage as well, as that zipping ultimate is going to be quite a bit, but it's not going to be enough as the double shotgun bursts are going to come out. Fat Milk goes down, now in the 3v2 situation. 521 are going to have to do a lot to recover from this. The jump L and B spam coming out from Xiao Hao on those flying knives, just going to be able to give a little bit of extra CC. Double charge gets sent the other way onto Pampy, who was not ready for it. Gonna hold in the back end. Oh my goodness, the one charge from the RMB into the jump LMBs, and that shotgun burst from Rico is going to seal the deal as the games go 1-1.
Beautiful execution from SR, but it's the flying knife shenanigans. Ah, so gross. Just a double charge from max range. So safe and just suffocating. 521. You see Hottie just panic tap dodging, and he just gets blended in the back by the flying knives, as we are going to see 521 now on their Takeda Kurumi. Pampy on the Monk using the staff. You better be, I gotta be seeing some crazy staff stuff to justify staff over flying knives, as we are going to see the Faria variation of Yushan Faria Shupan. We saw this a little bit early in the season, but I haven't seen it much since then. Pampy with a punch onto Faria, eliminating her impact. Kurumi ult is invested. Monk ult is done. And now SR has to fade the Takeda ultimate. The shoves coming in. Rico doing a really good job of getting the procs, sitting in the middle of each of the Takeda shoves, but NY7 having a difficult time staying alive as the pressure insane from them. But Zhao gets the parry with the follow-up from Rico. Spear shenanigans, as Rico does get a combo on the Fabric, but nice peel coming out from the teammates. Nice reset from the two teammates of SR, not rushing this down. Pampy, Fat Milk trying to stall this out, as Pampy is at 83% for this Monk ult, but he is getting surrounded right now. 92%, just a little bit longer. It's not gonna be able to get there as SR locks him down. and the shenanigans. Shenanigans, Seb. Double spear. You see the double spear, double flying knives. It's just when you see these two weapons combined with each other, they just cover each other so well. And when you get one Dragon Slayer, that bonk with the spear just does 1 billion damage. 1 billion.
Oh yeah, the follow-up bonk from Akame really just showing how much damage that spear is able to output in a single shot, and it's second only to maybe like a there's like Pole Sword 1.0, but there's just so much output that they're able to put out, and it comes out so fast. When you have the guaranteed shot like that, you're gonna take it. Rico manages to rip in there, and he gets such a good bit of damage coming out from that. So we are gonna see now. We do have the rest of our martial artists to play, as it is going to go into a finals. But we do get to see that match settled after our little bit of technical difficulties. 5-2-1. We're not able to come out on top, but they did manage to win that first round. And I thought it was really impressive how they were able to hold out. They held out they waited for Cube, they waited for all of the ults to pop off, and then they finally came through with a very nice finish off of those two players. And then the flank hold. The blue clank tried to come in, but we saw the parry coming out on the other side. Xiaohao tried to make something happen, but he was not able to. And wow, what a beautiful finish. We are going to be seeing these games coming through in the next little bit here. But yeah, Raven, so we saw the staff come out, right? As I was saying earlier in the day, it's staff, some of these monks attempting to play it, but you're just not liking the staff. Hey, explain to me why you don't think the staff is such a viable pick in this day and age in these martial artist events.
The name of the game, especially in trios, is if you parry, you want to get your parry punish off, and staff doesn't have that single hit burst versus like spear. You can land the parry, cancel it, and go for the RMB one-hit burst. If you're fist blades, you can just go with the fist blade hit. If you're nunchucks, again, you can land the parry and then get the single hit off. The combo breakage is so big and for a lot of these characters that you need to have the guarantee punish off your parry. Now, the glyph came out where you do get silence afterwards, and we've seen people experiment it, but not the biggest deal. I still feel like the weapon matchups are so important. I see the rationale that if you want to survive coming out of Monk ult, using staff as a bailout could be decent, but I would still say there are other weapons that give you a lot more options, and that's why I thought Fistblade was kind of the nice middle ground. Has a good offensive utility, has a really good parry. You have the extra stamina dodges, the scale rush is decent. If you're going to want to play defensive, I still feel like defensive play, no need. If you can just play offensive, just play flying knives anyway, and understand the different situations. We saw some really good cycling between all the different options you have on flying knives. Flying knives has a very unique property where if you light attack with its RMB, with other weapons light attack, it clanks and gives you a free opener, which no other weapon has. So it gives you this very nice mid-range defensive option. Now, you could just go with easy mode, other weapons, but I feel like this here is more about understanding the finesse you can do with other weapons. And the more offensive options you have, the higher the skill ceiling of each weapon is going to be, just because it doubles down when your teammate's next to you. Now, that's not to say that playing a defensive weapon and creating space that way isn't very, very good, because we did see 5-2-1 lay that trap. I got to say, the way they're able to hold their three members out in the open, usually we've seen a meta where they use pillar to your advantage, but 5-2-1 did a really good job of playing very defensive, sitting on the outside and dealing with Enor and Hadi pressuring them at the same time. I got to really commend them for that, because I don't think I've seen another team really attempt that strategy out in the open and be successful. And be successful, especially versus one of the highest caliber teams, SR.
Yeah, I think their strategy needs like just a little bit of refining, but I mean the way that they were able to come out in that first round and being able to like stave off an Enor ultimate for that long, not burning any ultimates except for the Syra at the very end, and then coming in full force, it's something that we haven't seen from any of these teams, because Syra has just almost fallen completely out, especially in the martial artist meta. We've seen with the likes of Monk, we've seen the likes of other heroes coming in to be the replacement. So it's really nice to see that these players are able to make a way and figure out. And like you said, that's why we play the game, because a team like SR, who has that really good synergy, who are able to usually come away with the win. And even though they did come away with the win at the end, they won in 3. They still lost that first round of 5-2-1, which is, and it's an incredible thing to see. In 5-2-1, I think they've had so much improvement over the past couple of seasons. Like, we've seen them go from a consistent bottom place team to middle of the pack, and now they're starting to be contenders. And they're in the winners bracket right now. They're starting to be contenders for these top spots, and it's really impressive to see how far they've come.
I still want to see the heavy hitters, SR and TE, go at it. The other thing that was really impressive is SR's Takeda Kurumi Monk. I've always liked the composition, but it struggles because of how fragile it is. Takeda and Kurumi both don't have combo breaks, but with Kurumi covering Takeda as long as she babysits him, it does very, very well. We saw a similar strategy with SR and 5-2-1. On the flip side, SR, they sat on the outside, but they had their Monk sit there and guard the Takeda as he tried to get as much heal off. So they try to hold on to the Kurumi ult and Takeda ult for as long as possible by using the Monk to scoop over and over. We are finally back in, and we're going to get XKG versus TE before we get the final matchup. And again, we are going to go over to TXJ's POV.
Here we go. Junxian trying to make something happen. TXJ going to get grabbed out, so we're going to see the Viper ultimate coming out right away as they're going to try and see if they can get any sort of stun off. Absolutely no value coming out from Junxian's ult. We are going to see they still have 2-tick available for that Akos ultimate if they need it. They're going to see the drop down charge going to come out. TXJ, who's managed to hold on to the Enor ultimate for so long, is going to send that out right away. Because now we're going to see the Akos cage coming through for the defense. And it is going to do quite a good job for defending against this Enor. As Junxian now able to get himself away, as we're going to see one pick coming out. ZXL going to go down as TXJ is going to be able to pick that one up. Junxian now taking so much damage. Nbpl going to come out. Oh my goodness, the jump LMB follow-up from TXJ is going to be the decider there. The shotgun burst into the scale rush from TE's Onefeng is going to seal the deal for round 1, going TE's way.
Now, a little bit of a disconnect with XKG's execution. Usually you always see Akos and Viper ultimate paired together, but they end up going with a delayed third Akos. So I think they just missed up their synergy and it's like, well, we're in here now. So we are going to see on the flip side, how does TE execute with this? XKG is going to open up with the standard Hadiel, puts the Q down, and they are going to go for the Viper. Onefeng in response is going to ult right here. TXJ trying to kite here out on the snare. He gets the heal off, and Akos ult does come over. Doesn't need to be right next to the Viper, as Zipping is going to get stomped and deleted. You see Onefeng's slow squish of the Zipping as he is going to de-transform here. XEM, Onefeng on the outside here, coming in very slowly. Man, the TX is just buying so much time right here. Poor Viper just out left on her lonesome 1v2, and but TXS does a really, really good job of delaying, giving his teammates time to pick up a heal and pick up groceries for later tonight after the matches are over. My man is out here doing all the work as XKG's Junxian is going to get taken down as we move on to one of the heavy hitter matches again. Wolves versus SR.
And this is going to be quite a match, as we do see TE take the 2-0 against XKG. We are going to be seeing these players get ready to jump through. Wolves going to be trying to hold off. This is going to be Enor versus Enor right off the bat. As NY7 and ZK go for those ults in simultaneous fashion. Now we're going to see the hotties getting targeted out here. It's going to be Xiaohao and NiHQ going to be taking the brunt of these jumps. They're jumping in perfect sync right now. We're going to see, oh my goodness, the hottie from Team SR going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Beautiful impale onto NY7. This is going to be just taking so much damage into this fight. He needs to back off here. He's not getting that much value out of that Enor ultimate. Hottie going to be able to do quite a bit of extra damage. NY7 going to get himself parried, forced to take that cube, and now we're going to see that zipping ultimate coming out in full fashion. Dragon's Rush into the Neja's Might going to hit. It's NY7 now taking even more damage. That F from the zipping going to help him a lot as we're going to see double Dragon Rush coming through from the members of SR on that spear. No F available for SR's NY7 now as we're going to see another Dragon Rush coming in. Rico trying to hold that as well. Scale rush up into the sky. NY7 going to jump in. Isn't going to be able to get into the Nejas. Goes for the bonk. XN still going to get taken out off of that. As we're going to see the whip sword coming out on the backside from NiHQ. Goes for the focus follow-up onto NY7. Flying knives follow-up from ZK as we're going to see the uppercut into the Neja's Might. Into another one. Oh my goodness. ZK getting absolutely melted as NiHQ going to be fighting for his life. And SR go up 1-0.
And again, SR running the double spear flying knives. Diabolical. Diabolical. Wolves gonna be going with the Akos Viper Wombo this round. Can they land the execution versus Takeda Karumi? SR gonna slow things down, start kiting on the pillars already as Xiao is going to take it to ZK. A little bit of some mug boxing as NY7 is going to keep his kite on. Trying to avoid the execution. Takeda doesn't want to get double ulted in this spot. Kurumi ult's going to be coming down. Akko's ult's going to be coming down. Can they survive the burst? So everyone's in this armor circle right here. But everyone's going to get stunned. Wait a second. The Transformer guards against the stun as Zhao just keeping up the pressure onto XN. The long range shoves from his teammate NY7 onto Takeda allows him to keep up the pressure onto the Viper. Wolves now reeling from this. They do have Zhao very, very low on the Monk, but Rico is able to take ZK down. And again, SR looking like a well-oiled machine as they are going to be going up. This is the heavyweight, the final matchup. Seb, who do you have taking it?
Well, TE haven't lost a round yet, and SR have lost one so far. So I don't know. It's looking good. SR are looking a lot better.
I gotta go with SR. I didn't go with the finals. I'm
gonna go with TE here, and we're gonna see who is going to be the victor of this. TXJ just going to get a bit of a late ult off. It looks like it's not going to matter too much. Doesn't get the impale onto the hottie as the F ability is going to come out before he's able to get any extra value. TXJ on the Enor, one of the masters in this. The spam jumps are going to be coming through onto Xiaohao. He's going to be taking quite a bit of damage here. So now we're going to see that hottie ultimate coming up from both sides. Big impale prevention from TXJ here as Rico gonna get hit with the last little bit of lightning from TXJ's ultimate as he de-ults now, goes for the scale rush in, trying to see if he can defend his teammates and help out because Zem gonna end up getting hit by a parry. Cube is gonna be up. TXJ gonna take that as all of these players are gonna go for a bit of a reposition. SR just going for that reset. TXJ going to be going for the heal here as Xiaohao and Rico both going for the pressure up onto one fang. We're going to see another beautiful double parry coming out here, and this is going to allow TE to fully invest into it. NY7 in the back end trying to make something happen with his F ability. It's going to be able to get a little bit of crowd control, but TXJ just going to be able to do so much more with his. One Fang with the spear going to be able to get so much CC off. Rico going to be trying to make something happen with his spear, but NY7 now getting tagged up. 1, 2. Is the zipping sustain going to help? Big double parry again from One Fang as we're going to see the double Neja's Might coming out from the spear. Oh my goodness. TE are an unstoppable force fighting against the immovable object of SR, and it looks like the unstoppable force is coming out on top.
SR does get the second Hadi ult. Wait a second. Rico with the parry on the TXJ. Cube gonna bail out TXJ for now, but SR Zhao is gonna fall as TE is gonna take round 1 on the Hadi matchup. Both these teams looking evenly matched, but the double spear not beating out the double flying knives. Now round 2, we are going to be seeing the Takeda Kurumi versus the Akos Viper paired with the Monk. Wombo versus defensive style. Can TXJ find the opener? NY7 looks for the stomp, not able to get it as TXJ lurks in the shadows looking to strike. Come in with the Viper. Silence. One Fong getting pushed against the wall. Legs getting chopped up as Zhao and the SR putting up the pressure, but One Fong gets him to get the scoop up. He's going to come in flying. Akoso does come up. TXJ does get scooped up. He's going to choose to hold on to his Viper ultimate, but One Fong under a ton of pressure as he tries to run away. We saw this execution from SR before. TXJ gets the parry on the chase down, and now he's going to turn around, find the ultimate 1 HP. One Fong turns the defense into offense as TE holds on and finds the double kill. Now NY7 in a 1-3-3 situation, just getting juggled and picked and dissected apart by the double flying knives. And you see TXJ, a slight smirk there, just like, yep, we thought that one out. We saw you coming. We thought you had us.
That's that posture pressure.
Yeah, well, you normally see the Akos Wombo pressure come out, but this time, for the opener, TXJ dodges the execution, doesn't get pressured, not force the ultimate, and he holds on as One Fong runs across. If TXJ doesn't get that parry, I think One Fong goes down at that 1 HP. That parry into the ultimate allows One Fong to find the double kill off the stun as they fiended for him out into the open. Very, very good stuff coming out from him. Normally, players look to hard reset in that position. When you're 1 HP, you're like, oh my god, I gotta heal. Not One Fong. I'm gonna sit there and bait myself for the team and find the 2-piece as TXJ finds the perfect Viper stun to seal the deal. Dealio.
Yeah, I mean, they were looking incredibly strong there. Even after getting a player to 1 HP, SR try to finish up the kill. They're unable to collect, and the Viper answers with the most beautiful 2-player stun that we've seen in quite a long time. The burst damage coming out to get these players down so low on SR that they're unable to do anything to defend. The stun comes out, and it is just a wrap for them. The 3v1 after going in, turning the 3v3 that almost went in SR's favor back around into a 3v1. TE are just nothing short of miracles, and it's that posture power, man. It's that the posture diff coming out from TXJ definitely playing a factor in there. But no, just skilled gameplay all across the board from them. They're able to really recognize when a player's low, peel for them as much as humanly possible. As you know, a regular team, they're going to let that player die. They're not able to recover as well as TE is able to do there. They're able to defend so long that that player on 1 HP is actually able to turn around and get a kill. So even on such low health, these players are still doing absolutely phenomenal feats. And that is what is happening with Team TE as they are going to take round number 1. We're going to be going into game 2 shortly, and Battle Royale, things get switched up a bit. We've got our pick order, we've got our ban phase. Not everyone's going to be running the exact same thing. Some of these comps are varied up a little bit. What is your... you're not an advocate for the Enor composition, right? You're not liking the Enor too much, but out of the other compositions that you've seen, what's something that you are really enjoying watching being played?
I heard that DRG has something cooked up. They're not playing today. They're playing the Rift composition. Chayo Temi the new character. I was hoping to see a new character play today, but I don't know if we'll be able to see it. Is there any composition I really like watching? I like watching the Transformer matchups. Today, I did see a ton of strategy, just because their executions were a lot tighter, so everything was a lot more obvious. There were less situations where it came to weird scuffles, and it wasn't clear what the objective was. This time, after watching it over and over, I still feel like Transformers is the most fun to watch, as we are going to look at the total points for today. For the martial arts, these teams take quite a bit of points, more than solos, to the next Battle Royale game. C is going to go with 8, SR with 4, Wolves with 2, XKG with 2. Everyone else is going to go with a goose egg. But, you know, an average really good round is around 8 to 12 points in trios, and multiple teams can get 8 points in a round. So, he just starts with a head start, but not a humongous head start.
Yeah, and as we've seen, definitely something that Hipbrain and I were actually talking about recently was, even if you win the martial artist, you're not guaranteed to win the day out. And oftentimes we see lots of the players who do win the martial artist, they don't end up winning the day. They end up playing pretty bad in the Battle Royale. I know TE is a bit of an exception to that, because they are one of these teams that's just such a strong force to deal with. But we're going to have to see how that's going to turn out into the rest of the day. Will they be able to convert this success from the martial artists into the Battle Royale, or are they going to fall short, because we're getting a little bit of a replay of some of their comms coming through? It's that double parry there was just so beautiful to see. As we get to see, look at this. They've got them all stuck in the ultimate. They're peeling for One Fung. One Fung's on the backside. Big parry coming out from the Viper. Ultimate's going to come through. One Fung manages to get a catch in the backhand off of the flying knives onto that Kurumi, and that is the sole reason for him staying alive there. He manages to find a cheeky LB uppercut into the Kurumi attacking him. It is just so beautiful. But ladies and gentlemen, your first answer for treasure. Which team is the winner of game 1? Is it ASR, BTE, CYZG, or D521? Answer all questions in the Twitch chat. Put A, B, C, or D in there. The lucky one person will be whispered to get a free gift. And if you're watching over on YouTube or TikTok, come over to Twitch to spam your answer into the chat. You can get some very cool stuff, and all you got to do is put a letter in, and you guys know, because you just watched it, you know exactly who won game number 1, so you know the answer to the question.
Posture. If you have good posture in the chat, that's your big hint. You have good posture and strategy, and you can posture up and choose the right answer for this Twitch drop. It's funny that you mentioned it, that TE's posture when they're running strategies is just so clean in all stages. The exact opener of who they're going to go on initially, what the backup plan is, and a lot of their weapon combos. You can hear it in the comms, even though I don't speak Chinese. It's very telling that when someone confirms a hit, that everyone is on the same page, waiting for the call out that they achieved the objective and got the hit off, and you see the focus fire come out. It's just how quickly an opponent gets focus fired and destroyed. It's one of the big difference that I saw from other teams. It's just the level of speed that TE and SR have when they do anything, when they're rotating their abilities, when they're covering each other. Everything happens so fast. They don't really wait for their opponent to make a mistake. They're always looking to continuously pressure 2 targets at the same time. That's a big difference that I see. A lot of teams will do focus fire. You'll see people get deleted very quickly, but you won't see the bouncing back and forth as much as you do when you watch teams like SR and TE.
Yeah, and it's an interesting way of playing that some of these players have managed to get under their belt. So it's cool to see the difference, but it is really showing that like the play style that TE and SR are having has shown to be the most successful. It just through the martial artists alone. In Battle Royale, obviously we're going to see a bit of a different fight coming out. We have our secluded 1v1s with the Realm of Yang, but when we see multi-way fights, the energy definitely shifts a little bit. The the strategies, the mindset is still similar, but it has shifted to be conscious of that third party, be conscious of the multi-way, make sure that you're covering from your team in both angles, you're going less aggressive, you're trying to play more surgical. As far as the 1v1, it is very much a who can get the most damage off, who's able to outlast ultimates longer, whereas when you're in the battle royale and you're going into a multi-way fight, there is a bit of a different energy there, as we're going to be kicking things off into a whole bunch of multi-way fights with game number 2 about to be underway. Our picks and bans are going to be coming up for you guys as well. This is sure to be an interesting day because 4 players, 4 teams are going to be sent down to that losers bracket where they're going to have one last chance to fight it out before making it to that stage 2 grand finals. And Riven, can you believe that we're almost finished with the spring season of Nbpl already?
Almost finished. We have one more week?
We have one more week, and then we've got we have our stage 2 finals next week, and then we have a little bit of a break with some losers bracket stuff, some repêchage, some extra stuff, and then we finish up. We're on the 19th right now. We've got one more week of stage 2. Then we have our pre-grand finals from the 30th, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And then on May 16th and 17th are going to be our grand finals.
It's almost summer, actually. And time flies.
It feels like just yesterday I was taking your money in poker.
It was one round beginner's luck. You know, I want to let you win because you're having a bad day. And I was just trying to be a gentleman so you can pick things up, you know. You're going.
Made my day way better.
Your phone was getting blasted over and over. I was like, you know what? Let me just let him get pocket aces 3 times in a row. You know, just
twice in a row.
I just have to make sure that the aces were going your way, and you were just, you know, trapping me. Who gets aces 3 times in a single session? That's it's a luck box if I've ever seen one. Should have played a lottery right afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, we won a lottery. We won a lottery of sorts, but I think it was a lottery of good times at the end of the day. So we had some very good times in Shenzhen and Shanghai, respectively. Both a very fun experience. That just one that I will never forget.
I forgot about that poker game very quickly. I forgot about it. Forgot about that one. It's not the memorable moment. I'm gonna get my run back. Don't you worry. Next time I'm not gonna go so easy on you, Sebulus.
I have to be completely honest. All tournament, this guy's giving me amazing advice on how to play the game. He's teaching me, you know, all of these strategies, and then we finally are like, okay, let's play a friendly match against each other, you know. And I just got incredibly lucky, and I can't remember 100% why we didn't play again, but
I mean, you just afterwards you just told me I was so easy that I just read you like a book. You're just an open library, and I was like, what? You told me you were a librarian, and you just had my checkout. I was like, what? My man was just the crazy disrespect that I heard. It was absolutely insane, but I commended him for such a spectacular dominance. He knows that I was a former pro in poker, so he wanted to let me know that even pros can bleed, as he took my lunch money for the day. It was crazy. I can't believe someone would whistle and click their heels as they walk down the lobby. I've never seen that outside of a movie, but Seb, you got a lot of mobility in those hips.
I paid for dinner that day. What do you mean took your lunch money? Oh my goodness. We have fun here. We have fun. It's good to be back. It's good to be back at the Caster booth with you, Raven. As we're jumping into these next couple of games. What are you saying prediction-wise? So are you thinking SR are going to make it into the top 4? I think that they're a strong shout for the top 4 at the end of the day today. I think we're going to see TE and SR definitely at the top there. Wolves are going to be my 3rd place spot, And then that last pick is going to fluctuate, but I think a team like IG, XKG, or RW is going to fill that last spot.
I feel like TE always gets counter-stratted. The teams have admitted it in interviews that they just wait for TXJ to figure out the meta, and then they all rip off from it and reinvent it. They all reverse engineer, and TE was very dominant the first week. So he really laid out the foundation of what you should and shouldn't do. Now, I didn't get to see the Battle Royale aspect. I did tune in to watch the martial arts. It's my favorite aspect of it. So I get to sit down and see what these guys are doing at the highest level in Battle Royale. Last time in trios, the main thing that I saw was there was counter stratting based on the phasing that went down, because Viper is such a good answer to a lot of the meta compositions. A lot of the times the team in phase 2 would not pick a normal composition and go with Viper, just so the later phases could double pick Viper, and you kept getting triple Viper lobbies, and the Vipers would roll around and execute everyone before they knew it was coming for them. Now you can still run that same idea with other compositions on like changing your pick so that a later phase will double pick it with you. So I'm curious to see if the upper bracket lobby has adjusted for this shenanigan. We saw it last year as well, as teams would try to shape the lobbies into their favor, like having multiple monks instead of only 2 monks in the lobby, just because certain maps benefit from having more of the same composition. Predoria is definitely a good Hadi map. That's the reason why Hadi became so strong, is he started being reinvested in, because on Predoria, in late game, there's so many cliffside situations that Hadi knocks people off and sends you flying into the zone later in the game, and the cube's versatility was so good. And this is what I'm saying, phase 2 has been so dicey, as we are going to see RW go with the standard pick of Justina, Shunhan, and Yushan, but we get the Viper Akos shenanigans, and now phase 3 is going to have the option of running that Viper and getting 3 Vipers on Predoria, where Viper does super well on this day, and it makes it very hard to live. Yup, TE's going to do it. They're going to go with the Viper. Does YZG go with Viper as well? And they are. We're going to get the triple Viper comp on Predoria, so everyone's going to have a tough time. Everyone's going to have a tough time, because the Akos Viper clips the wings of Hadi, so the strongest comp is no longer the strongest comp when you have an Akos Viper running around on the map.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the difference that this is going to make, just how counter-stratted TE is going to be. Will they falter completely because of it, or is this are they going to be, able to push through? We're going to have to take a look here, because we're going to be seeing next is going to be SR going to pick Xiaohao, NY7, and Rico, going for that Takeda Monk Karumi composition. Shunhuan, Justina, and Yueishan going to be picked out for 5-2-1, who are going to be our last team to pick. It's kind of slim pickings in the area for them. They're going to be going up for there, and then we are going to see this game get locked in very soon. We're going to be heading into our first Battle Royale match of the day. Game number 2 coming out. Sure to be an interesting one here.
SR's Takeda Monk did fine versus Viper, which is very rare. It's just because Viper can silence Takeda, really limiting his ultimate, and Monk has to play perfectly. He has to iframe the actual stun, or while he's ulted, he has to de-transform to iframe the actual stun, to make sure the team can able to withstand the burst. Something that I wish to see, actually, and that you asked me that question. I was like, what is something I wish to see again in NARAKA? Is the old school Transformers. Monk, Yushan, Karumi just always limited the shenanigans you could do. just because it was so durable versus everything. It was good versus Temmie. It was good versus Viper. It wasn't as good versus Takeda Temmie, even though it could hold its ground. It was slightly losing. But, and it was decent versus the Faria Cannonballs. I know in China on Immortal War, there are teams that have been running only Transformers since the beginning of NARAKA, and they're just around forever. So, not really worth it anymore, just because in general, at the highest level, you want to run the easiest composition for the given strategy you're going to run. And running only Transformers, it's kind of like running Tarka in solos. It's just the upside.
It's too broken.
It's too broken, you know? It's the upside, it just takes up so much time that it's not worth the time investment when you need to be so good at all these other compositions. But yeah, that's something I wish we could see more. But for now, the main thing that you're going to see in trios today is how do people counter Hottie? And then when people counter Hottie with Akko's Viper, how do you take advantage of those two compositions fighting the mix-up? Where's your banana split mix-up? How are you going to be stealing kills? As SR's idea is going to go with Takeda Kakurumi. RW's idea is going to go with Yushan Shuhan. You're trying to use that Yushan to counter through the Viper shenanigan. As we are going to see the heart rate monitors going on. A lot of people very, very hyped today going into the first round. A couple 130s in there. And we're going to see a decent spread. Not a lot of... This is only a couple Firefly timings. TE's going to have a Firefly timing to the north. Not sure. What is that? XVC? He's going to be running a Firefly timing, but most teams just opting to run for loot immediately. I wonder how 521's going to respond to TE. Going to try to timing Firefly of them. But very interesting. Normally we've seen, since 4 out of the 5 Battle Royale maps are all Fireflies, you mainly see every single team try to land on Firefly with initial rage to get that ultimate online and take that initial fight with a huge ultimate advantage. But this game, we're seeing a little bit different, going for the loot-heavy strategy instead.
Yeah, I think the loot-heavy strategy is something that these players, I think, it feels like they prefer going for the more stacked loot in the long run. It definitely seems like there is a play at it being less optimal, but we are going to see immediately coming out the ultimates from the members of TE. Are they going to be able to get the stun off onto a Kame? And yes, they do, as he is going to go down. Now in the 3v1 situation, TE might just let Pampy get out here as IG look to come in on the third party. They don't have ults up, but this could be very dangerous for them. They're going to be jumping in. XXMU going to be taking so much damage. We're going to see the big meow coming out. Terra going to come through. XXMU dead. Big parry going to come out onto XXL, and the focus follow-up damage. Oh my goodness, TXJ with another huge parry, and IG get brought to dust as TE pick up 5 early game kills.
Brought to dust by the big meows. It's getting very dusty in here. TE already up to 5. And you see how different Battle Royale plays in martial arts. Just fights are not fair. You're never going to get fights where everyone just has full ultimates outside of Yang. All these teams are looking to get cheeky with it. Find those sneak attacks. Find the little holes in your looting strategy and try to take advantage of that. So we see SR to the north on the Monk comp running the money position, trying to get looted up here. Get their Transformers online. Takeda and Monk, depending on getting tons of loot. Same thing with the Enor Hottie. Enor gets a ton of damage from his weapon, so does Hottie. As Wolves did claim the center of the map. Already up to a purple armor and double blue armor. Now the red Jinx where Vermilion Shade is going to be a Junction. The Viper of XKG. So Let's see if we can remember that he has it. Seb, that's going to be our test. If we ever see them fighting, we're going to be keeping an eye if we remember he has it. Because I've actually personally always get surprised that who has the red jade, who won it. Except in solos, because it's usually Wang Liang or Shen Yuan. They always have it. So when I saw their name, they always had it. In trios, I think YZG is a red jade enjoyer. Now XKG.
DRG.
Oh yeah, it was YZG and DRG used to fight for red jade a lot.
Yeah, we saw that fight coming out off the initial play very many times, but now we're going to be switching over to Wolves. We're going to be coming out trying to see if they can get just some fruit coming through here. Maybe they got some alchemy on them, trying to stack that up. As we're going to be seeing here, XKG look to go for some sort of rotation. It looks like they're not trying to get too aggressive right now. They've got a bounty target actually on a youth, so they might be trying to get some early game kills off here. As got a little controller input coming out there. Someone on the OBS team is running on a controller. That is funny. But Wolves ZK gonna be pushing in here, taking a lot of zone damage right now. As just gonna go for the heal up. As we're gonna see him following in. Looks like 17S is gonna be their target. They're gonna try and follow up onto this. Poison gonna come through. ZK does not want to get hit by this. So we're gonna see the rotate come in. Looks like 17S might have a chance to get out here. ZK trying to make something happen. The 1-2s into the jump LMBs. Big Meow gonna come out. Oh my goodness. Oh, what an F. Just in time. And the follow-up from the Fist Blades from Wolves' XN. Just gonna save him there. Oh my goodness.
We are going to move over to XKG and 521. Aquasol is going to be pumped. I believe the Moonbane's coming down, and it's XKG's Moonbane. And remember what I said earlier, Sebulous? Junction has the red jade. I remember this time, man. We saw it earlier. The Viper of SKG has a Vermilion's Jade. They have the Moonbane and the Jade, and 521 is still managing to deal with the shenanigans. They're holding on as Pampy's Moonbane surfing in the center here as RW. You see him crouching up, lurking in the shadows, waiting for this third party. Juxian is going to pop the ultimate, but it's not going to matter because Yushan with the counter, denying the stun as 521's going to find the first kill onto XKG. XKG had all the advantage here, but unfortunately they don't have the composition advantage. As Juxian is going to pop. Boop. He pops, and he's still alive. The red jade keeps him alive, but for how long? Just 5 more seconds, and then he's dead. As RW is going to come in with the fierce third party, and you see counter comms becoming so important as Yushan Justina, Shuhan Lee, a great counter to the Viper shenanigans, even with Moonbane. XKG ends up losing, and technically they got double teamed in the end, but they were losing to 521 regardless with that Moonbane now.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see how we're getting such an interesting way of fighting coming through from these teams that we don't normally get to see coming out, as we are going to see now. A couple of these players looking very prepared and ready to go for this Realm of Yang. We've got IG and SR getting ready to jump in on the top side. Wolves and I believe that's TE down by Imperium. TE gonna get in. IG gets in as well. I believe Wolves have made it in to that Realm of Yang. We're gonna see this first fight kicking off. TE versus IG. This is going to be an interesting one. We've got the Viper burst comp versus our anti-burst coming out. TXJ going to be taking to the outskirts, just scale rushing around with the fan. It doesn't want to get too aggro with it. As we are going to see now all of these players going for the aggression onto the Viper. They really want to get TXJ out of this situation. but doing a very good job of peeling away as the rest of the team is going to be taking quite a bit of damage on the backside. We're going to see the Syra ultimate starting to come out. Han going to be taking so much damage, gets burst down almost immediately, as now the silence going to be coming through. We have Viper ultimate being used. Fistblades 1.0 going to get released, but so much extra damage coming out on the backside. XXL just going to be getting brought incredibly low. He is getting that passive healing coming out, and now we've got the Viper ultimate. TXJ came to play, so we're going to get the catch off on to the one. XXL, the 3v1 situation, not looking too good for him.
Oh my goodness, they don't even need the Viper ult. They're keeping the Viper ult for a defensive idea later on. They just blow up the Enor as we are going to go over to 5-2-1 in the mirror matchup. Justina, Yushan, Shupan, the Yushans slamming, jamming as we see Pampy eating those jump slams over and over. Youth on the mirror, Justina looking to get in there versus Pampy, but Pampy holding his ground. Oh, let him know, Pampy. Half charge, back to back. We get Youth in the uppercut. My man's in the blender. We're gonna get 100-0. Double tap dodge out. No, where you going, Youth? You're going nowhere. My man gets exploded by Pampy. Pampy with the Justina diff. W Justina coming out from 5-2-1 Pampy.
Doing a incredible job coming out on top, as yeah, the Justina diff, especially when Pampy's running that, you can tell how much he's improved with that Justina. Now we're going to see the Syra ultimates coming out on the outside. Aiko's cage coming through as well, as YZG ready to make some action happen, but they do lose a player, as XKG are just going to back off of this here. It looks like they're going to let the res happen. And they get 17S back up, and this is going to give them opportunity to get a lot more kills into the future, as we are going to see these players starting to get their energy ready to go. And it looks to be Cuckoo 2 is going to be holding in. This is going to be a catch-up on to this player. There's absolutely nowhere for him to go. Full Viper's ton off, and that is going to be another cleanup kill from TE as they exit that Realm of Yang and are hungry to get some extra kills.
No hesitation from TE as TXJ just pops the ultimate onto Kukutu. Kukutu's like, yeah, let's get our rotation down on the catapults. But TXJ is the inventor of the catapult strategy, and you see how quickly TE takes advantage of these stragglers. Wolves hunting around as a little wolf pack. ZK with the gold Hong sword. He's gonna be doing 1 billion damage on those Enor Kabogs, as TE does find XKG in the corner here. Ideal situation for TE, finding a team away from everyone else. But Juxian, this time he doesn't have the Red J that already popped. They are gonna give TXJ a taste of his own medicine, opening up with the Viper Stun. His team tries to peel for him, but it's not gonna matter. He gets taken down. He didn't have ult though, so no big deal. He does have res. Are they gonna salty run back and come back to fight this? Tudik does get taken down, and now 2v2 situation. They're gonna try to res Tudik immediately. Onefang's not able to get the interrupt, and now Tudik, can he get the heal? Looks like 5-2-1 sees the shenanigans in zone, as Pampy is gonna activate, jump onto Juxi, and the Viper got nowhere to run. Justina all over him, smothering him with the dashes, as 5-2-1 makes quick work of these two teams fighting in stone. TE's Onefang is going to get taken down by Pampy as well, as we move over to the north. A big fight going down with SRRW and Wolves and IG.
Here we go, jumping right into it. Jump LMB's coming up from ZK. Beautiful F to mitigate any extra damage that XX Moo was going to try and get. He's going to get frozen up, but it looks like RW able to pick up that kill on XX Moo. It's going to be ZK taking quite a bit of damage here. Freeze is going to come in. Youth is able to clean up that kill. Beautiful Justina play coming out from RW's Youth. Able to get these dashes off. He's still got 3 available. Going to send one out. He's going to be able to find the double dash into SR's Rico. Goes over to NY7. That's going to be a Takeda coming in, giving a lot of aggressive energy out there, as we now have SR on the fight. Found AB, but he's going to... Oh my goodness, he gets pulled out of the Nezha's Might from the flying type shotgun burst. He's able to find the ultimate and get out of dodge, as it looks like IG now fully eliminated due to that Yang depletion. SR fully aggressed up on to RW's youth now.
SR scaling up with the Transformers, but oh my, wait a second, but Wolves looking juiced up as they have been eating their Wheaties. Triple purple armor on, I believe, the Enor composition. YZG17S, you know, picking up one man's trash is another man's treasure, as he's going to be scooping up that purple armor. As we're going to go to the south. TE still up to their own shenanigans, finding players caught off guard as TXJ leads his team to hunting these duos and solos, as Tudyk, oh, wait a second, we broke some ankles, we were able to get away right here, gets one heal off. The Shadow Corruption almost back to full as TXJ and TE move towards a bell to try to figure out where he is. They see him, he's at the ground. We are going to go over to Yang, 5-2-1 versus Wolves.
Here we go. Pampy jumping into this situation. Will he be able to make anything crazy happen? Going to be going up. Beautiful double freeze going to be coming out. Gets another one. Sends both out. Shotgun burst going to be coming through. Wolves XN taking quite a bit of damage in this situation. As now, Pampy just trying to see if he can get the dash in. He's going to be able to do so. Finds another double freeze, keeping these dashes alive for himself. Going to be ready to send another one out. ZK going to get hit with the shotgun burst. ZK just getting absolutely melted down as Pampy, the timer, is going to get hit on the ult. ZK now has that full armor, but is still at 1 HP. We're going to see the cube coming out for him here. No zipping ult available, but that ult is going to be coming up pretty fast. ZK now taking quite a bit of damage. Will they be able to find this kill before any sort of reset comes in? He's back at full armor. We're going to see, oh my goodness, what a parry from Pampy to bring that back around. ZK now going to be gaining a little bit of passive health back, as they're going to go for the aggression onto Akame. Akame is going to go down from ZK, as now he's back up to full health. Big parry coming up from Pampy, but there's not much they can do to stop him. 3v1 turnaround now. Pampy going to be ulting again. Sends that Justina dash out. Oh my goodness, another double Justina dash. Oh my goodness, Pampy. Come on, you're cooking, you're cooking. Big parry going to come out. 3v1 situation. Can he pull any sort of victory off? It's looking bleak, but oh my goodness. For a second there, for just a little second, he was
believed for a second. Maybe if Pampy had a different weapon. Hong Sword not the best for 1v3 clutch. 1v3 clutch. 1v1 Hong Sword is great on Justina, but 1v3 you want that instant burst situation. Maybe he could have LMB released to sneak in that kill. The LMB Hong Sword release is kind of slow. Teammate can run up, parry for his and cover, but Pampy was moving. He was grooving. He just, it was the morning. Last call. We gotta get him out of here. 1 HP. We gotta get this Justina out of here. She's drinking too much. There's no 1v3 Billy. Let's here. Let's get out of here, Justina. We gotta get her out of here. Gotta get her out of here, Sebulous. As we are going to move over to the last bits, the end game. SR, very, very stacked. As we look over under the hood of Zhao, we got the twin turbo. Custom exhaust.
My language.
He's looking pretty stacked, man. He gets a full package.
Full carbon fiber.
He gets a body kit. He's just, man, and my man's he's looking to drift his way to a victory. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, he's gonna be running that Akira run.
It's looking like a 10-second Enor.
10-second Enor. I love that. That is amazing. 10-second Enor. He can burst him down and he can get to the line quick, hitting that NOS turbo, jumping around, casting in racing terms. This would be fun. YZG17S gonna hit a little bit of a rough patch in the track here as he's going around. Jushan gonna be getting hit in the 3v1 situation. Not very good for him. XKG.
He had the red jade, but he's dead now.
He's dead. He is dead. And he is fully eliminated from the game as XKG are going to take their place at the end of the line. We're going to see now 5-2-1's Pampy looking to cleanse that Yang depletion as fast as possible. They've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, and they are the only team on Yang depletion right now. So it's gonna be really tough. They're gonna need to get extremely aggressive, incredibly fast. As TE, the only team that's generally close in their vicinity, and with 11 kills on the board, they're looking like an incredibly monstrous team right now. 10 points on the board, 10 kills on the board. Sorry, for Wolves, as they've got 12 total points on the board.
11 kills for TE. 11. That's a lot. Wolves with 10. Just what I was saying too, that it's very common for teams to be able to get into that 8 to 12 range. As we see 5-2-1 is going to be nearing that. We still got 4 teams left, so SR is still potential to jump into that range. So the martial arts giving you those 8 points basically gives you one round head start if you get first. Second and third and fourth, it's kind of like extra credit points. It doesn't really make or break your pop quiz, but you might be failing still if you do bad. It's not much. It's like it's a little bit. It's a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
It's not. It gives you a little bit of hope. But if you get in you're getting a failing grade, you're still failing. You're still at the bottom of the lobby, as we see IG kind of at the bottom of the lobby. It's a warm up round. We're getting there.
Martial artist was the warm up round. They need to lock in.
No. First battle royale is still warm up round because you got to get used to the tempo. As we see 1 minute left. Pampy again on the Justina. Gets the dash, but not the cash. A dash with no cash. We're not billing out the right way. We're getting in. We're not getting the value. 40 seconds left. We're gonna need some value out of Pampy here. 5-2-1 desperately trying to navigate the multi-weight situation, but at what point do we just crash and burn as we're navigating as YZG Kukatu? Every time we're on this guy, he's just getting 2v1 and violated. As you, Sean and Justina, find the kill, and 5-2-1, they cash in, Seb. They cash in, they get 1 kill.
They do manage to find themselves 1, but they have 1 player eliminated and still 1 player on Yang depletion. So even at 9 points, their future in this game is not looking the greatest. Is Fat Milk going to get eliminated to that Yang depletion here, as we are going to be seeing coming through? This is going to be SR's NY7 really trying to make something happen here on this side. On the members of SR, you're going to see a Shot Martin burst coming in, and now TE have full control. Oh my goodness, XN with a beautiful parry, but we're going to see the Furin shoves really negating any of that extra pressure coming out. And now we're going to be jumping in to TE, trying to come through and capture any extra eliminations, which it looks like not really too much is going to be happening. But now they're going to get full aggression onto the members of SR, as we're going to see the cage coming down. Kurumi ultimate has been forced out here as well. TXJ really trying to get this stun off. Will he be able to make anything happen off of it? NY7 going to be taking so much damage. Will they be able to secure any sort of kill, though, as it looks to be Wolves have jumped into the mix of this fight as well. Wolves able to take out a few players. One Fang able to take out a few more. But now everybody on Yang depletion, they're all going to be trying to cleanse as fast as possible. Will they be able to make something happen? Because we're now getting that Syra ultimate coming out as well. Going to be able to heal quite a bit of health for TE's TXJ. One Fang now coming in on the backside, trying to see if he can support his team in any way. Now will ZK going to be able to get the impale off onto TXJ. So much damage coming out, and that's a HQ sealing the deal on that elimination. Now TE are going to be looking to be in a rough spot here. One Fang now trying to climb up the side. ZK going to be de-ulting very soon. They managed to cleanse Yang depletion on a couple of their players, but not all of them. TXJ has gone down. This could be a huge detriment to TE in the future.
Yeah, TXJ does his very best, but the Viper, the snake, gets turned into a kebab. Have you ever had snake before, Seb?
I've never actually had snake. I've tried a lot of pretty sus foods, but snake has not been one of them. One Fang is going to go down here.
had alligator before. It's kind of like a snake with feet, just not a snake anymore.
But snake?
Reptile. It's a reptile.
It is a
We are going to
reptilian.
go SR's Xiao alive in the cave versus XCM. Puts him against the wall and spears him as XCM is going to get isolated over there. We are going to move over to Pampy on the Justina. We've been watching him all day. In Moonbanes, Adam Moonbanes, always in Justina all. Are we going to get some dashers here? The ultimate is ulting down. He is getting ulti right here, dash through. A little bit of Billy. Justina coming through. Wait a second, but the zipping has another thing coming for these clips. My man's going for no clips today, Pampy, as he is going to be running away as NHQ going to be hawking him down. Hottie activated drone attacks from the sky with Hottie laying down the support slashes as Wolves. They are actually, were they the most? They weren't. Yeah, they were the most stacked team. Having the most loot gets them the most kills, it's looking like, as they are up to 15 and just 2 solos left. A little bit of hide and go seek here as SR Zhao is standing around. Like, what? I was like, wait a minute, this man's standing around. Oh, he's waiting to monk ult. And 5-2-1's right next to him. Wait a second. We got 2 solos left. Bit of a transformer situation here. Who's going to be able to secure that second place? Bad Milk, gonna go to the rooftop. He's slamming onto Zhao. He's trying to edge out. He's like, I want the second place. Give me the placement points. Give me the placement points. Bad Milk going up top. Zhao just standing still, waiting to scoop. Goes for the stomp, and oh! ZK explodes him as he de-transforms.
Very unfortunate, and Xiao is going to go down as well. Wolves are going to clean that up with an MVP for game number 1. Team Wolves really locking it in at the end there. TE with the absolute blunder, falling out of that spot in first place, just really not looking too strong near that end game. It was unfortunate to see coming up from them because they were doing such a good job fighting into those fights. But then, you know, as it happens, right, they end up faltering, and it's unfortunate to see. But they don't make it all the way to the end game. They have enough kills to keep them up on the very, very high up in the roster, in the scoreboard, but it's not going to be enough to really propel them over the edge like we were hoping to see. They managed to keep themselves up in a very consistent spot, but nothing more than that has occurred.
Do Vipers MVP? I guess that Vipers can win through sheer volume. This is one of the downsides of Viper compositions, that they have a lot of power spike early on. Off spawn in the mid game, they're able to go around, really lock you out and not let you play the game, as they wombo you and get the stun and execute very quickly. But in end game, when you start giving a lot of these transformers some good loot, they become very sturdy, very tanky, very hard to kill, but also still doing a ton of damage. So no downside to their tankiness, and Viper's power spike kind of falls off. It was unfortunate when we saw the perfect timing from TE. They grab the Spirit World after they see the 2 teams beefing on the Spirit World, and the 2 teams run off, SR and Wolves, and they aren't able to capitalize with the Viper stun as we chase him down. But ladies and gentlemen, for the Twitch run, answer for treasures, get your answers in the chat for this question. How many kills did TE get in game 2? Was it A, 12, B, 13, C, 14, or D, 15?
I think that they got. I think it was 15 kills at the end there.
Yeah, it's between 15 and 14. I think they got 15, and then they lost, so, and the other team got 14, but won.
Ooh. Okay. I see what you're thinking. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Make sure you put your answers in the Twitch chat, ladies and gentlemen, so that we can then see those answers and we can whisper that lucky winner to get themselves into a free gift, which is amazing. Who doesn't love free stuff? And it's free NARAKA customizables. This is absolutely amazing. But, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be jumping into Game 3 in a second here. Game 2, absolutely insane. Our first Battle Royale of the day. You can definitely tell there's some jitters on the side, especially when you're in that winner's bracket. Like, if you don't want to drop down to that loser's bracket, it's not a situation that you want to be in. It is really not looking great for some of these teams. It's like XKG, no points. Or no, not XKG, IG, sorry. No points off of Game 1 or Game 2. So they're still sitting at 0 on the day. YZG manages to put up 3. RW puts up 4. XKG with 6. SR with 7. 521 with 10. TE with 15. And Wolves with a game score of 21 with a total of 17 kills. Absolutely insane.
A lot of kills.
A lot of kills. A lot of kills.
It's a lot of damage. Both the DPS have 27k. 27, almost 27,700. Very, very close between the two. XN with the 35k healing. It's a lot of healing as well, but general assistance across the board. The anti-burst team anti-bursting, making it to the end by staying alive. If you stay alive, you can get kills. You can't get kills if you're dead. Wolves, last team standing with a total of 23 points. The martial art points mattering until you get the 17 kill game. Wolves going to take a commanding lead. Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about the top 4, and the top 4 right now is Wolves, TE, SR, and 521. The bottom 4, they need to get it going before the end of the day, or they will be moving down to the lower bracket. XKG, RW, YZG, and IG.
Now, the one thing
on IG, how many points do you think IG's at? Less than 10 or more than 10, Seb?
On the day, or how much though?
On the day.
I was gonna say, because right now they're at 0. I think they're gonna be getting more. I'm hoping
more than 10.
Able to get more than 10.
You think more than 10? You want to bet?
Yeah.
10, we're going to do 10. A friendly lunch.
Yeah.
Next time I see you.
Yeah,
all right, let's keep it there. You're going to take more than 10. I'm going to say less than 10.
You're going to say less than 10. I will say more than 10. I will definitely support a more than 10 there, as this. I
think this lobby is just too hard. It's just
the lobby is hard. They are a new team. The jitters are there. You're definitely able to see it plain as day. That they don't look as comfortable as these other teams. The veterans are really coming out to play, and it is showing how skilled that these guys are at making things work in their favor. As wow, they are really just putting on a show today for us. And I mean, I'm loving it. I think it looks great. I think what they're doing is fantastic. But they've definitely got some stuff that they're going to want to sort out beforehand. And yeah, as we're going to be taking a look at our MVP board, Wolves, the winners of game number 2, going to be taking a look at this Enor1 MVP. These guys went absolutely insane. This is going to be ZK's 3rd time as an MVP. 8 kills on the board, 27,000 damage. Aerial Dash, the only purple Soul Jade in his arsenal, which is it's an interesting one to see. Only having Aerial Dash in the arsenal for that purple Jade, doesn't need anything else, is just able to really put on the pressure with her blue Jades and 1 purple melee resist Jade. You know, it really shows the dedication, really shows how persistent he was throughout that entire game. Not able to find the stuff to min-max him fully, but he was still able to get himself a very nice MVP, a very nice win. But speaking of something, we are going to go to a break, and then we'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm Seb. I'm joined alongside Raven PLZ. We are your hosting casters for the evening, and we have finished 2 games so far. It has been a very interesting couple of games. We're going to be just about to getting ready to jump into our bans and picks for game number 3, which is just about to get underway. Raven, how have you felt about game number 1? We've got a little bit of some friendly wagers going on. We've got some cool stuff about to happen in this next game. How are you feeling, man? Talk to me.
Well, Predoria, we've seen this time and time again. It's kind of a Viper meta. Phase 2, if a team picks Viper, we end up getting 2 more Vipers, and TE is able to capitalize on it. The Viper teams run around just executing everyone, not letting them loot up. Unfortunately for TE, as Sebulous said, they kind of dropped the ball with a little bit of a flub after grabbing Spirit Well, not able to hold on to Wolves. But Wolves was very stacked. They were looking like werewolves out there with the amount of gold loot that they had. They were just so juiced out of their minds that TE wasn't able to lock them down with the Akros Viper Wombo, and they end up edging them out. Still, though, really strong first round with both of them tied. Remember, today, though, the top 4 teams are going to be going forward, and the bottom 4 teams is going to be always a little bit of drama to qualify. Usually, the middle of the pack, like 3rd through 7th, are all within fighting range to get into that top 4. It changes the strategy significantly. Do you play it slow and safe, you know? Just try to win your off spawn, try to place first Spirit Well, maybe go into second Yang if you're feeling feisty and you have the good composition, but play third party situations. Or do you just go all the way? You take it to these teams, you go into Yang, you just let them know we're about that life and try to get that pop-off game to secure your top 4 finish. Now, in general, my feelings for this is that with the smaller lobbies, it's a lot harder to run slower strategies, just because there's less kills to go around, less teams, less skills, and you generally cannot cherry pick picking some of the weaker teams off in the lobby. Most of the time, you're going to be fighting against someone very strong. So the best strategy is just to iron it out in your matchups, and when the loot is good, when the off spawn goes well, to try to snowball and get 2 really good games going through. For the most part, in solos and trios, we've seen that if you're able to get 2 games through with a decent, not necessarily just MVPing, but going with a big game plus 10 to 12 kills, usually that is enough to get you into that top 4 comfortably, as long as you don't just goose egg the rest of your rounds. So playing for the big hit seems to be a better strategy this season. Fortune favors the bold, Sebulous. Fortune favors the bold, especially when you have aces 3 times in a row.
True that. And I mean, how lucky do you have to get to make that happen? Statistical improbability.
It's not luck, it's skill. It's skill.
It's skill. It's 100% skill.
It's good karma, you know. It's because, Seb, you deserve it. You deserve all the luck in the world.
I appreciate it.
Except with IG, you're gonna lose this one. No luck in the world for this one.
Well, we'll have to see about that one. I'm really hoping that we're gonna see a lot coming out from IG.
Look at the body language. Look at the body language.
Not locked in. It's not looking incredibly locked in.
I mean, they could just get 10 points on 1 round. Now, I'm not gonna lie, they're still in the upper bracket, so they're probably heavy hitters still. It's just we got some demons in the lobby. We got some elder dragons. You know what I mean? They're just guarding their hoard of points. It's gonna be very hard to make it past Wolves, TE, SR, YZG. And even see, I would say 521's at this point one of the heavy hitters. They've been around for so long, and I was very impressed by their martial arts today. Now, can they keep it going? Because Battle Royale has a lot more components than just fighting. Fight selection, when you choose compositions, luck of the draw too, because the phasing is different every single time. Like how well do you play certain comps on different maps? We are going to go over to Holoroth. So like landing position means a lot. I mean, if you land in the hood, Seb, you don't want to go to the hood where TE's hanging out with SR. That's not where you don't want to go. They own that block of the map. You want to go to the nicer neighborhoods, you know?
Yeah, I'm definitely understand that. You don't want to be going to the spot where the bad boys hang out, because they will mess you up real good. Hey, where you from, bro? This Predoria, we ain't messing around. I'm from Imperium, homie. Rep your set, bro. I'm from the Big Eye. I'm from the Big Eye, bro. Imperium, homie. Don't mess with me, dog. Crazy business on the NARAKA Cats, ladies and gentlemen, as we're going to be jumping into these games in a second. But look at this pick coming out from YZG. Looks like the counter-stratting was attempted to happen, but now we're just going to see the Enor Hottie coming out from that first round selection. TE going to be jumping over to that Viper pick again, as I think that's what we saw them play last time as well. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting to see the selection has really shifted over to Akos Viper. A lot
Shenanigan.
more than Hottie. The shenanigans.
Shenanigans. That's what I call it. Shenanigans composition. It's the Wombo with Akos. We're looking at quick and easy. Off spawn. Hit him with the initial rage. Ultimate off spawn. Get a Firefly. Hit him before Yang. A little bit of cheese ball, but the comp can still go into Yang, as you see it perform fine in martial arts, because it's targeting the zipping composition. Now, when it runs into Justina Yushan, it's like rock paper scissors. You run into the rock when you're the scissors, like it's kind of it's tough. It's tough noodles. You know what I mean, it's like noodles that aren't fully cooked. You're getting cooked instead. Yeah, you're just getting cooked instead. It's nice.
Yeah,
it's not good. We haven't seen Farias. Farias are going extinct.
Thank goodness. The Faria play it just feels so repetitive in this current meta, especially. The Faria just doesn't seem to give as much value, and she just becomes so exposed without her mech. There's really nothing else that's going to be helping you or assisting you in that play. So, I am personally a fan of the fact that we're not seeing Farias in our lobbies, but some people might definitely disagree with me on that one. But I personally just do not enjoy Faria gameplay.
I see how it is. I see it. Faria's just not. She's not your type, huh?
Not really. No. It reminds me of Fortnite Season X mechs, and it just brings back so much childhood trauma.
The smart engineer girl, not Seb's type. I see. Faria, very strong.
You say I'm not into strong, independent women?
Strong, independent Farias. I mean, everyone has a type. There's no judgment. It's a judgment-free zone. Everyone can like certain characters now. I mean, kind of like the diabolical snake Viper, her going around not letting anyone play the game. Let's make it quick and easy. Not the favorite of most NARAKA players, as every single year we've seen most teams not really liking Silence Viper in V1, but every single J Cup, the meta always circular comes around, and everyone is playing that comp, trying to make it work, trying to fight against it. As we're seeing the meta develop, it's always very circular. Right now, Viper, all of 2025 was very, very strong, and as we moved into the Big 26, as everyone's calling it, Hottie, Enor became friends, and they brought their zipping tagged along, and it's been dominating everyone. It's just Enor before was paired up with Yusha and the Bash Brothers, going around double transforming, destroying everyone at J Cup. But now the resources being spread out a little bit more as Viper's fallen out, not needing the Yushan for the counter. But now we're seeing the rise of Viper again with Akos. Normally, Viper was being paired with the synergy of Syra, but because Akos is able to fly around like a little birdie, it needs something to clip that bird's wings, and Akos with the claws in the cage, put him in the cage with the tiger, as we are gonna go off spawn. Firefly locations all over the place. XGC versus RW. Focus attacks coming out from Youth, looking for the flanks with that whip sword, sending them out. Enor is already going to come out from Tudyk, and he's going to find the kill onto AB. But we have a res here. Are we going to salty run back? I'm looking at you at RB. AB, are we gonna bring it back? There's nothing wrong with a little bit of salt in your system. A little bit of sodium is good for you, but it doesn't look like... Oh, wait. I hear a res sound. I thought I heard a red... No, we not hearing a red sound. No. Youth is going to pop the Enor ultimate. We can turn this around. Late Kebab coming through, but his zipping gets executed. Now alone, it's going to be a lot harder to lock someone down, but XN desperately trying to weave away from the jumping RMBs and the Kebab of Youth. Youth cannot get the finish, as he is going to opt to run away, as YZG is going to join the party.
YZG on the third party could be extremely dangerous, as Youth trying to get away from this is not going to be successful. YZG's QGG going to be the one to pick up that kill, as NiHQ was trying to go for it, but now YZG jumping in on that third party. Big Perry going to come up for 17, as NiHQ is going to get hit up a couple of times with those. Oh, Big Perry from NiHQ now coming up from the other side. Will 17S be able to recover this and get himself that elimination? Or will he be able to get away? And it looks like NiHQ making his way into the escape so far, as they are focused on the ZK. ZK is going to go down. XN trying to come in for the peel. Ends up taking quite a bit of damage here. It's not going to be good enough for him. Needs to try and push in to get the 3-piece. And there we go. NiHQ fully eliminated now. And now we're going to see TXJ flipping over to the other side. Huge Viper stun onto the members of TE, or on the members of 521. Now we're going to get to see the huge powerful dazzle coming out. Will 521 be able to withstand this? And it looks like they're able to take out One Fang, a large size Meow coming out from the side of Akame, and Fat Milk with a huge double parry, and TE getting absolutely swept up at the start of this game by 521.
521 getting the run back, the get back from TE. He gave him the business in martial art, and now they're giving the business off Spawn with that max range double charge flying knives. Again, the shenanigans, the double charge. Look at Han looking for it. Oh, Tudyk just gets fried by the double charge. It's not gonna matter, but Tudyk's gonna pop that Enor ult. We are gonna get a Moonbane involved here as IG's Han. Oh, wait a minute, Han. We need you to not get any kills. We're at 0. I'm going to need you to miss everything. That's right. Run away. 0 kills is what we're going for. As XKG has that Moonbane cooking right now. Is anyone in the pot, though? Doesn't look like anyone's in the pot. The Moonbane pot. Everyone got out. As we are going to go over to Celestra. SR and RW. AB. Every time I see AB, he's just getting shredded. My man is always getting shredded. He's always a prio target for every comp.
It seems like RW.
No, he's Huddy. He's not even supposed to be the first one dead here. He gets shredded again.
That's what I mean. It's every single time that we're cutting over to him, he's the one that's getting left behind by his teammates, and it just seems like there's something going up with their defensive strategies that lots of these players are able to notice, and they've been counter-strateging it perfectly almost every single time. They're going to be flipping over now. YZG have found IG. IG need to get a couple of kills off here, as they're going to be looking to potentially take this engagement. It's definitely a risky spot for them to start fighting here because of the fact that I don't believe that they have lives remaining. We are going to see XXL going for the push against 17S, and it gets the kill. First one on the board. First point on the board for IG today, as we are going to choose to believe. But Han going to be getting toothpicked up a little bit here. We're going to see now following up against Cuckoo 2 in the 2v1 situation. Parry attempt's going to come out, but Cuckoo 2 might be able to 1v2 this. Nope, there we go. Shotgun Burst is going to come out. IG have 2 on the board. It looks like QGG trying to get away from this situation here. Oh my goodness, we're going to have the Salty Reds coming out right here. Dead. There we go. That's 3 points on the board for IG.
The big 3. It starts with 3. Can it be 4? We'll have to see whether or not they can piece together. There's a triple Viper in the lobby, so they have 3 potential customers. As we are going to go over to Wolves, onto XKG and HQ peppering in, you know, seeing what's what. They don't want a hard commit right here. Just want to keep things moving, prepping for next phase. They do have triple ult here. Interesting. I say they really want to go young. Well, no, I mean, Wolves is all the way in top left. They're probably not fully looted up. We'll look to Jade up as they move back to Yang. We see multiple teams, though, posturing up. YZG has to the right. SR already camping out their Yang. 5-1 in the south, waiting out for their Yang as TE is going to make their way over. 5-1, very juiced up. Full Jades. Double purple armor. We're looking ready to get in there. Get that work. As TE. Purple armor on the Viper. White armor on the Akos. That's a statement when you go in with white armor. It's letting everyone know. I would say white armor is an intimidation factor in Nbpl. I've seen it. You can't lose to the white armor. If you lose to the white armor, you got to hold it. We're going to get SR versus T, the 2 strongest teams in the lobby. Or is Wolves? This one it's unfair to say Wolves isn't. You can't lose to white armor, SR, though. You're going to have to hold a very salty L if you do.
SR a lot more scaled than TE at this point, as Xiao is going to be getting brought incredibly low already. Ultimate's going to be popping off on either side. Who's going to go down first? We're going to see the Suns coming through. TXJ taking a lot of damage, but everybody getting hit onto the wall. SR looked to be up in this situation, but it looks like Xiao is incredibly low in HP. We're going to see the Vaunt coming in. Tries to connect on a TXJ, but it is not going to come through. Will we be able to see any extra sort of play coming out here? It's looking like not too much is going to be going out for the side of SR. Rico is going to go down, and now in the 3v1 situation, they lose to white armor, Raven.
Yeah, they're gonna hold it. They're gonna have to hold down. We're gonna move over to 5-1 versus IG. IG, we need to hold them to no kills, but XXL is gonna pick up a kill right there onto Pampy. So 2v2 situation. Anyone's ball game right now. XXL is setting up for the scale rush with that pulse sword, looking for the chunky hits. Are we gonna get a chunky hit? Oh, double LMB. No, Akame's there to stop him. Wait, but his teammate's there. LMB release. Akame fades out. He's gonna get chopped through, and IG, wait a second, they're popping off this game. I'm gonna lose off the one game. What the?
Free lunch, ladies and gentlemen of the chat. Here we go.
No.
I'll take my Korean barbecue, please. Thank you very much.
No.
Imagine they go out right here after this. They have Vermilions, right? So we might see them die. But if they get no more points for the rest of the day, that would be very sad on my part. But right now, we're seeing them at 6 points. They've only need 4 more across 3 more games. So I think we're looking pretty good right now, Raven.
That's right. It was good for them. That was very decisive in that 3v3. They did not fold at all in the 2v2. They kept composed, kept aggressive, and they were able to close it out. As we are going to go to a highlight, YZG and XKG Tudik on the E-North, kebabbing the Yushan and moving it way over, giving everyone a little bit of, you want some? Get some. You want some? Get some. We got the Yushan getting some. We got the Justina getting some. Anyone can get some of this from Tudik as he is going to transform. And still throwing down the RMB Pain right here, doing the damage, getting frozen. Zipping is getting harassed right now, so he needs to pick up the slack and do the damage. Fries the Justina in the back. Ooh! Grapple cancel. Barry QGG takes his hand off the tape. or off the keyboard, put in the cutscene and destroyed by the parry punish. Back to the outside, back to the presence as XQG is going to be jumping onto IG.
Something I'll ask you after this fight, but Tutik going to be coming through here with that Enor ultimate against IG. Han's going to be going up with his an ultimate of his own as well. XXL going to get impaled though very quickly into this fight. He's going to be taking quite a bit of damage. Follow-ups are going to be coming through. It looks like XXL is going to go down. Han's really trying to come in for the peel, but SR going to be jumping in. Beautiful iframe from Tutik to de-ult at the right time to get himself out of that situation, trying to use that blue focus run to back out even further. But now we're seeing the lockdown ultimates starting to come into play, and this is going to spell a lot of trouble for the members of XKG as they're getting absolutely wiped out by Team SR, who's come in on the third party. Wolves have jumped in on the fourth party as well. This is going to be so much damage coming in. Pampy going to be trying to lock things down with a Viper ultimate of his own. He's going to be able to take out the members of Wolves with this. It looks like ZK almost getting brought to his knees. He's going to be able to find himself an exit in this fight. Oh my goodness. We're seeing such a great play from Wolves to be able to duck out of that situation so fast.
Ooh-wee. Everyone comes in here, fourth party, fifth party. It's a festival, a NARAKA fest, if you will. As Pampy, he's gonna get juggled up. Cyber ultimate gonna keep him healed from Fat Milk, trying to beam his way out of this shenanigan. 35 seconds, so 521 needs to find a kill, but it doesn't look like they're gonna find a kill. They're gonna be found and killed by YZG's 17S. Those flying knives doing devastating damage from the Justina. SR still lurking around here. They are thriving, picking apart these teams, or these Yang depletion teams, desperate for a kill. The no ult zone is gonna sound the dinner bell. Ding 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 to the lobby. Everyone's over right here. TE's here, IG's here. Everyone looking for an opener as TXJ is gonna dive bomb, find the silence onto the IG. Just kidding, it's just a prank, bro. As they are going to try to make their way out of all of this range fire. Holding on, you know, a little bit of hit and run, just a prank, bro. Just no worries right now. Looking at the leaderboards, Wolves at 26, TE at 26, still tied at the top, still fighting mono e mono, 3 kills apiece. As a second Yang is coming out, I remember they went in with the white armor, you know, white armor, don't care, just win, just diff.
So ready to go and ready to rock right off of the jump. White armor, doesn't matter. They're pulling through with so much damage. It's not even funny how much they're outputting here. They're doing such a phenomenal job at bringing themselves into a higher standard of winning. So they're going to see the jump in come through. TXJ is going to make it in to that realm of Yang for his team, using that Viper F ability just to get them that extra little bit of sauce to jump in there. And it looks like they're going to be fighting against XKG. On the top side, TXJ going to be heading up to the sky, sends off a bow shot, then we're going to see the scale rush in. Now he's just going to be trying to make his way around. Now Tutik, after he finds his target, he's going to try and take all the health off of TXJ. We're going to see a large Meow Akos F going to be coming in, dealing quite a bit of damage, and the lockdown comes through onto only one of the players. Actually, Junshan is stunned on the top side. Now ZXL has gone down. 3v2 situation going to be incredibly difficult for the members of XKG to come back from, especially when you got the Posture King himself, TXJ, in the line.
Posture King indeed. Keeping things on deck as they are going to run XKG's Tutik down. No room to breathe. Cyber ult's going to come up as we are going to go over to SR versus IG. NY7 not able to find Viper stun on anyone. Good kiting from IG. It's looking like they're going for a reset. Coordinated reset right here as XXL is going to be under a ton of pressure. NY7 setting up for the scare bush. Gets XXL on his retreat. 1, 2, jumping LNB is going to close the distance, but Rico, tap dodge roll, trying to get out of the situation. The Yushan is going to come over and decapitate him, taking his life as his teammate Zhao is going to find the juggle, but the Yushan with the banana peel coming over here, turning him into some ice cream. And wait a second, IG is popping off. What a terrible situation I find myself in as IG is looking to take down this game 3.
Yeah, they've got 9 kills on the board, and I am happy I made that wager against you, because now we are looking very, very strong for a contention of getting that 10-point threshold in one singular game. You said on the day you had no
From zero to heroes. Heroic play from IG. Heroic.
Absolutely amazing performance coming out from IG right now. I'm happy that I put my money where my mouth was, because honestly, I said this at the start, IG, they look like a super interesting team to follow. Obviously that they've got some things, they're a newer team, they need to figure out what they're doing in the league. They need to figure out their strategies. They need to figure out exactly what they're coming to do, what their purpose is. And right now, they're really figuring it out as they're going to put their 10th point onto the board. I'll take my dinner to go, Raven. There we
Wait, I
go.
said more than 10. More than 10. He has to
XXL.
get 11.
11? Okay, Mr. Semantics here. We're at 10 total points. A couple people need to go down.
I mean, if they MVP, they're still going to get another point. I think it's actually impossible because they're always going to get a placement point here. There's no way they're going to drop the ball and like every team's going to get too much for them. It might be cooked. It might be chopped, as the youngins say. NY7 chopping it up with the Viper ultimate as Syra ult's going to be picked from his teammate Rico. Everyone is bedazzled and stunned here as Zhao gets Dragon Sting. Nope. A little bit of cube action, bailing everyone out as Junxian is going to get juggled and quick deaded, as now ZXL is going to get the same treatment. Dragon Slayer into the coordinated strikes as SR is going to get the momentum going, challenging the top. Both SR and TE close to 10. It's still not IG's. IG still has not secured the win completely, as we are going to move to the Spirit Well endgame. Wolves does have Mystic Might. They can look for straggling solos. But as we can see, as spectators, there are no solos left. 5 teams rotating around. RW a little bit low on the loot. Kind of hawking TE, seeing what's what. Probing for weakness. TE just not trying to hard commit to a situation here. Everyone happy with where they're at right now, just posturing for Spirit Well coming up very soon.
Yeah, they've got to get ready for that Spirit Well play, and this is going to be sort of that make or break moment for IG. I feel if they are able to do well in this Spirit Well part of the game, they're going to be able to carry that and jump through even further with so much more aggression throughout the rest of the game, and they'll be able to use that to then spiral off into a victory. But as of now, we haven't really seen too much of their Spirit Well play, so it's definitely going to be an interesting one that we're going to have to wait and see how they're going to perform. Will they cook, or will they end up like TE after game number 2? We're going to have to wait and see here as we're jumping in, getting ready to go for this. I have a feeling that we're going to see some really cool stuff coming up from them here, as 10 points on the board for them so far. They still haven't gotten this placement going for them, but they're looking really strong right now. TE definitely incredibly stacked, so we're gonna have to see how they play. But now that we're seeing it start up, IG gonna be the first ones on point.
IG is one of the most stacked teams right here. And they can deal with the Viper shenanigans because they got the Yushan. Spirit Well is going to allow them to be even more tanky. As TE immediately moves for the flag. Tries to cap it before anyone is the wiser. Usually the first team to grab flag is the first team to get focus fired by the lobby. Unless you get there really, really fast. TE's XEM already capturing the flag, so they will be cleansed. Now, Wolves, RW, and SR, not so much cleansed. They're going to be forced to a decision in this position, as IG is going to be able to look around as the clocks tick. Now, what we've seen in the past is that it's a game of chicken. Normally, these teams will not engage until a minute and a half or lower. So, it's a little bit of a lull period as we are going to be rotating around. I feel like engaging a little bit earlier is better, but the third party is just so fierce. So if you can get someone else to go first in the game of chicken, it'll be ideal. First to ult, generally first to lose in these end games. And this is one of the more stacked end games I've seen in a while. 5 teams left alive, more than half of the lobby, duking it out. Yang depletion is going to force them to get thinned out. They can't sit here forever. They got to do something. And I don't know if going over to the triple gold armor IG is the wisest.
No, it's definitely not the smartest play that they could be making. But they are going to try and make that rotate through. And we're going to see them attempt to make something happen. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for them to gain any... It's going to be tough for any team to gain that extra bit of footing that they really need to push forward into this game. As Wolves trying to push up on RW right now. Not looking incredibly strong at the moment. Purple armors on the board for them. Some blue weapons as well. RW are the weakest team currently in the lobby. We've got 3 teams on Yang depletion. TE have managed to cleanse. And IG do have that buff. So now we're going to see the aggression start here. NiHQ with the Justina, trying to see if he can make some dashes happen, but he's dodging away from the... Oh my goodness, so much damage onto Youth there as his Enor Juan gets absolutely melted. We're going to see the Justina dash into the Bane. Definitely not the ideal dash that he wanted to get. He's trying to bring that around with the full sword. Big parry going to come out, and that's going to be Yuan almost taken out, but the cube is going to assist him for a second there. Trying to dodge away. Panic dodges are starting to come out. One Fang with the Flamebringer just dealing so much damage. He's going to be able to get the kill on the NiHQ. And now we're going to see the Viper stun coming up from NY7. Wolves are going to get taken out almost immediately into this fight. It's very unfortunate to see as TE going to be jumping in here. Huge stun going to come out from TE on it to the members of SR. That's going to be Rico getting hit with so much follow-up damage. Silence going to come out. IG are just going for the capture, and they have surpassed. They're on 11 points. I just had to say.
It looks like we're not gonna get this one, and we're gonna be getting some Korean barbecue, Mr. Sebulus, as TE is gonna be kiting their way around IG, but IG with the Draco Storm in the commanding position as XXL is gonna pop that Justina ultimate. Try to get the lockdown. A lockdown monster as will. But wait a second. XEM has something waiting for him as he gets 2 flying knife double charges onto him. But again, Rico comes in from left field. SR jumps into the party, finding a kill. But IG loses their Justina. Now just 2 of their members left alive as Han is trying to connect onto TXJ. Trying to get some vengeance for his teammate, but TXJ doing a good job camping. The D-Transform is going to get a silence onto Han. Now on the ledge, looking to get a stun. Gets nobody, though. Nice kiting from everyone as TE is going to try to reset on low ground. Rico in the tree and IG on the mid ground. 5 players left alive. 3 teams left, though, as the 2v2 is going to engage. TE going to get juggled by the likes of IG just getting away with murder. Release champion their way to victories as Rico's going to come in for the third party, not be able to steal it. Han is going to be able to secure it, and IG needs to get these last 2 kills if they hope to MVP steal it away. But he is going to lose his team, and now we're in a rare 1v1v1 situation to close out this game 3.
And this is interesting, right? As we see TXJ down on the bottom side, very low in HP, is going to be the first to get aggressed on here, as we are seeing all of these players starting to make their way down. TXJ is just so low in HP here. It's not the ideal situation that he wants to be in. We're going to see them start to aggress in. TXJ looks to be the one that's going to end up going out in at third place. IG's Han is going to be the one to pick up that elimination. Really big step up from IG to put themselves all the way 0 points to decently high up onto that leaderboard now, as they're in 6th place with 14 total points. Han versus Rico in the 1v1. It's so much fun to watch trio players try and play, because you know that they're very much not used to it, and you can totally, by the way that we're seeing this fighting style coming through, as Han gonna be able to get the release off with his whip sword. The hold's gonna come through, trying to see if they can get any extra damage. One charge is gonna come out. This is such a fun 1v1 here to end this. 1-2 gonna come out into the hold. He's able to catch them off the hold. Ultimate's gonna come through from Rico though. This is gonna be a difficult one for him here.
Nice job, Rico, able to stall out the situation and gets a bedazzled actually, so he has the heal advantage here. He can just wait out Yushan for a second. Yushan cannot heal, and now Rico in a tough, or not, what's this, Ham? Rico in the driver's seat as Han against the ropes right here. Looks for the double charge. It's not gonna matter, as Rico is gonna be chipping away. Chip, 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 chip. And SR is gonna steal it away, it looks like, for the MVP. A great job from IG and TE. Very exciting endgame, very, very stacked. And it came down to a 1v1v1 triple solos to end it. Everyone very, very satisfied. IG satisfied, like, yeah, we got the momentum going now. We pulled it out of the depths, and now Raven has to buy Korean barbecue. Nice.
Thank you, IG. That's my squad right there.
Nice.
Got me a free dinner. I'm excited. Very nice to see. Yeah, it's really cool. It's I mean, friendly wager aside, very beautiful performance from SR to be able to come out with the win there. The 1v1 at the end was absolutely hilarious that we actually got to see that come out. So, you know, really happy that we got to see a bunch of new things coming out into trios this season. So, very fun plays coming out from the boys indeed. SR is absolutely cooking with their plays that they've been cooking up. So it's very fun to see how they've progressed into the year. And I'm happy to say that I was wrong. SR are looking really strong together, because I had no faith, absolutely no faith in them at the start of the season. I was like, oh, they've lost their staple. They've lost exactly what they were supposed to be doing with this team. And we finally get to see them coming through with a very, very strong finish into this game. And I am really excited to see what the future holds for Team SR. If they're able to keep this up, keep themselves into the winner's bracket, and keep themselves going strong to those stage 2 finals and then the grand finals, and, you know, it's a very possible thing that they could be taking it all.
That is true. And it's never underestimate the pop-off game in trios. IG with Goose Egg, and they're able to get a huge game here. And all they need is really another big game to really be comfortable, not fully secured, but very close to qualifying. Remember, top 4 are going to be going through. Bottom 4 are going to get another chance to go to lower bracket and play it out to get another top 4. And the top 4 it does change strategy quite a bit, I would say. But I would still say that the teams play for first place. They don't really take their foot off the gas. at all, especially with the new changes. It feels like kills are very, very important, and everyone knows it. Everyone's looking for different situations where they're hunting for the solos and duos, playing cleanup, transitioning to end game. And very rarely do we see multiple duos and solos able to survive and get to those small end game circles that we used to see. So it is quite a treat when we get to see a 2v2v1 go to a 1v1v1. Rarely do we see this in trios, and I would say I've seen it a little bit more due to the new format. So very cool stuff.
Yeah, I definitely think that the new format plays a huge part in that. I think that the way that these players have been perceiving the game for such a long time has been a certain way, and now they're able to sort of feel their way through the competition a little bit differently, and I think they're doing such a beautiful job at keeping the points high on the board, as we are going to be seeing now. SR with the 17 total game score is going to bring them to that first place. TE is going to get second, IG in third with 14, XKG with 7, YZG with 5, and so on and so forth as we continue on for the rest of our day. Look at that, 5 kills for Rico and NY7. Xiaohao with 3 eliminations on his belt. All of his team really pulling together to give them just so much extra value. We're now going to be looking at the standings.
TE with a commanding lead, back-to-back 15-point games. SR with a massive 17-point game, up to 28 points. Wolves, even though they have a okay game with 4 points, still at the top because of their 21-point game in game 2, and a little bit of a drop-off here. Almost Wolves, SR, and T almost double the rest of the lobby, as XKG at 15, 521 at 14, IG at 14, and YZG and RW rounding out the rear at 8 and 6. At the cutoff being around 15, 14 points, I'm sure the points are going to be quite a bit higher by the end of the day. Maybe 25-ish, 25-ish, 30-ish will be cut off. We'll have to see. But the drama, always very, very close, even though the top 4, half the lobby, go forward. So these players fight to the very end to try to make it through.
Yeah, they're going to be fighting hard. They're going to be fighting all the way until game 6, as that was game number 3 that we just witnessed getting finished there, as it's now going to be up to these players in the bottom 4 to really lock in. It's your make or break moment. You're not fully out of the tournament just yet, which is that's the good thing, is you do have a chance to make it back if you end up faltering today. But winner's bracket, just being the demon monster that it is, just such a powerful and difficult feat to do, beating and going toe-to-toe with these top teams. We're seeing time and time again, though, a lot of these teams are really starting to learn and counter-strat and really pick up the pace against some of the teams that are traditionally the unmovable objects.
Unmovable objects. SR moving the points in their direction. Very, very dominant. And Viper again. Yeah. Doing very, very well on Morris. Viper just so powerful on these Firefly days. Redora, Morris, lots of good opportunities for Viper to get value. A lot of high trees to drop down and get the stun in the third parties, plus a lot of survivability. Viper needs a lot of scale rushing terrain in order to stay alive. On Predoria and Holoroth, there's just a lot more wide open areas, so it's easier to get caught out. We are going to be moving on. So what have you thought so far, Sebulous, about the trio's upper bracket so far?
I absolutely love it. But before I can answer any of your questions, we're going to have to go to an interview, and we'll be right back with this.
OK， 亲爱的观众朋友，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人优心。So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to post-game interview, and I'm your host today, Yoyo. So today we invite Rika from SR. Let's say hello to audience. 给观众朋友们打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 SR 的小懒。
So last week we got interviewed with Mike and Xiaohao, and they told me that the goal of this season is to take double crown to SR. And what do you think today's performance?
我已经拿过了，在 EWC 的时候。
已经拿过了冠军了。那么现在如果给 SR 再带回2座冠军的话，你就是我们 Nbpl 的一个非常有实力，然后运气也非常好的一位选手了。So I already get to the double crown when I in the EWC, and so I also wish to get the double crown to SR. 那么也是进入到我们下一个环节 ，Let's move to next part, answer for treasure. 想问一下，如果说小豪来看一下我们今天的问题是什么？所以今天问题是 Which hero did SR Rico use in Game 3? A is Clara and B is Akos, C is Viper and D is Yoto. 那么也是想问一下小豪老师，小兰老师，不好意思。那么今天的这个比赛的话，有没有什么针对今天的特殊战术布置到这个比赛中来 ？So do you prepare any like special tactics to our today's match？
就常规就行了。
常规发挥。那么平时的训练也是做了一定的一些特殊的一些战术布置，包括跟教练的对接上，肯定是有一些咱们SR 自己队伍的一些风格在里面的，对吧？So today's we play the game like Yuyo, and in the daily practice we got like some experience from with our coach. 那么也是进入到我们的倒数时间 ，It's counting time right now. 让我们一起倒数3个数，3、
2、
2 OK, 3, 2, 1 Screenshot. The correct answer is A. So 最后一个问题。也是我本人其实觉得说，很重要的问题，因为我看到所有的选手，包括我们今天的不管是我们今天的 SR 也好，还是我们今天 IG 也好，这大家的整体的比赛的一个状态，相对来说好像比上周有更紧绷一些，心态好像更紧张一些。那也是想问一下 S 老师今天的这个心理的状态是怎么样的 ？So were you nervous before the match, and how did you like to your mental performance today?
有点紧张，不过打赢了比什么都好。
那还是比较自信的，是吧 ？So I feel like a little nervous because but I think I got to the win and I got the MVP in the game 3. So I think it is doesn't a big deal. So let's take a break and we will be back soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to some NARAKA Pro League. I am your host and caster, and I'm joined by my other hosty caster, Mr. Sebulous, and it's been an exciting day of NARAKA Trio's upper bracket, and we are past that halfway point, Seb. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played, and the rise of Viper again. Adi Enor, they thought they could survive, but this menace of Viper Akos just caging and not letting these compositions survive, and we just keep letting these lobbies be filled with snakes. Lobbies filled with snakes, Seb. Snakes everywhere, Vipers everywhere.
I don't know how they keep doing it, but they keep bringing Viper back into the most prominent force into the meta, and it's just hilarious. It's like, oh, Viper's not that strong on its own. But the way that these players are able to make the Viper stun work, it's just, you're standing still and you're able to attack them for such a long time. The value that you're able to get off a single stun is just so immense that these teams would be stupid not to be attempting to run that Viper. It is just, you've seen how dominant it is. You don't even need to convince the audience. It is just watch the gameplay and you can see that Viper has been outperforming every single character when it comes to just ability of crowd control, the ability to just lock down an area and make it impossible for anyone to break in.
Moving forward for the day, and we've seen some very, very exciting play from the heavy hitters. TE, they won the first weekly. SR, the favorites, I would say, from last year, but they do have a new member, NY7, showing how crisp they're looking. Wolves showing that, hey, man, they're also a J-Cup winner. Even though they have a new lineup, the organization, the players have a lot of prestige. They're still slugging it out, doing super, super well. And we saw the bottom of the lobby, IG, pick up the pace, wake up. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played. Any one of these teams in the upper bracket capable of having those 10 to 15 point pop-off games. But remember, the top four are going to be, only 4 teams are going to be able to go forward in a winner's bracket. The other 4 are going to be moving down to the lower bracket finals moving forward. No new compositions though today. I would say we're finally, the meta is stabilizing out, where we basically have Yushan, Justina, Shuhan, Viper Akos, Syra, and Enor, Hadi, Zipping as your 3 compositions that everyone seems to like playing. We do have a little bit of Transformers here and there, but not as much. Those 3 comps leading the charts, as we're going to look at the overall leaderboards again. Back-to-back huge games from TE, 15 points, all the way up to 38. SR following up. A little bit lopsided, just like Wolves. One super big game with a little small one to complement it. And the top of the lobby way above everyone else, as there's a huge fall off, which the rest of the lobby, I believe, is going to be fighting it out for that coveted 4th place. They want to secure and lock their way into finals. Still a lot of NARAKA to be played. Still 3 games to be played. Last game, mirror matchup. And that's probably the next thing I'm interested in looking forward to. Normally, I hated watching the Enor matchup. I was a little concussed, so like all the flashing lights was hurting my eyes. But now that we're feeling better, I'm down to see what the new, like, ironed out meta is. The composition is still very, very new, which I mentioned in my previous cast. It's very new, so everyone is kind of running this very mash heavy strategy where you don't really see a ton of finesse. It's just focus down the zipping, try to get her to pop ultimate, and then get her down as quickly as possible while using the cube to stay alive. But now we see a lot more positional wars and some target swapping, just in case that zipping it just puts too much distance between everyone else. So I'm curious to see what the mirror matchup looks like for the end of the day. But we still got 2 more normal games. to go out as we see Mr. TXJ's posture. Every time I see him sitting up so straight, I'm tempted to do that, but I've always been a lean back gamer.
Me too.
Lean back, not the lean forward. We're chilling with a 32-inch monitor, leaning back, enjoying the visuals, you know, enjoying some NARAKA, leaning back. But TXJ, he's locked in. He got his posture ready. He got his team postured. His strategies postured. Looking very, very clean with it today.
Yeah, and I mean, when doesn't he, right? Like, TXJ has always been a player that no matter where he is, no matter what team he's on, he's always going to perform extremely well in any circumstance. So it's really nice to see that we get to see another masterclass put on by him today, as he's running stuff over here. He's doing an incredible job at playing this game the way it's meant to be played, and the way that these players have been bringing up the strategies, absolutely incredible. So nice to see that we still have these veterans in the game who are able to just lock down an entire lobby so easily. And it's just beautiful to see that, because it's not often you get to see players like TXJ play to their fullest of their potential anymore, and we're really seeing him come out today. They had a little bit of a rough stretch in that first game, but we saw them make a beautiful recovery, and they've managed to put themselves up 15 points in both games respectively, and that is already an incredible feat to have done.
We are going to see again the Hadi Enor zipping coming out in phase 1. So that's I'm pretty sure that's a majority. Three rounds, 3 out of 4. Yeah. 3 out of 4. We're locking in the Hadi Enor zipping, confirming that will be the mirror matchup today. But round 2 or phase 2, Echo zipping Syra. We've seen this time and time again. We are going to continue it. Phase 2 has been solidified to this composition being the second strongest, as it does counter the first phase, and then third phase is going to counter the second phase. Counter, a little bit of rock, paper, scissors, as we are going to see the Justina Yushan. Shuhan. One.
The counter counters the counter.
Rock, paper, scissors. We are going to get that 3-piece. And then rounding out the fourth composition, we've been seeing Takeda Monk, a little bit of Takeda Monk coming out. Wait a minute, Wolves. Wait. Wolves going with the Takeda Temi Monk in round 2. Nah. They want to go for the Spirit Well. This composition very, very good at securing Spirit Well, and it does decent in Yang. Decent. You have to play a lot better than your opponents in order to win it. So what are we going to be going with game 4? Ooh. Yeah, they're going to go with the counter to Viper instead. Now the Vipers are going to be running for their lives, as multiple Yushans are going to be trying to squish this snake in that early game. Yushan, just a great counter to a Viper.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely the way that these players need to go. If they want to put that energy into getting rid of these Vipers in the lobby, that's where they should be focusing all of their attention. They should be playing the Shunhuan Enor composition, or the Shunhuan Yushan composition, and they should be getting themselves as high in value as possible to try and take out these competing teams. And this is really where they're going to want to make it count. As they're jumping into our game, our selections are done. Heroes have been selected. Players have locked in their choices. We're going to be getting ready to jump in to game number 4, which is so, like, we're already game 4. We've got 2 games left after this. We are rolling through this. It is absolutely amazing to see how crazy these players are already going.
Man, I was hoping to see something spicy today, but you know, meta is meta. It looks like the dust is finally settling, and we can see clearly what the strongest composition is looking like average points. I would always say anything above 10 points. That team is very, very good at that composition, as we see 5-2-1. Very, very good at the Viper Echoes. A little wombo Viper action. TE, very good at the Hadi Enor. SR, very, very good at the Viper composition. And everyone else, to say the least, I would still say 8 points is solid. Very, very solid. IG, solid at the anti-Viper. Little ooh comp. There was a composition like this back all the way in 2023, where it was Yushan, Justina, Yodo. And
oh my goodness, that is an elite pull.
The Vietnamese teams brought him over, and the CN teams were like, "Wait a minute, what is this? What is this nonsense?" They farmed him on the first stage of group play, and then the Chinese teams were like, "All right, Transformers is the answer." And Transformers came back from the depths and made an appearance again. Every single year, the old school compositions always come back to challenge some of these new concepts. But yeah, it's still all the way in the big 2026. We're still figuring out how. Wait, I would say Hadi Enor zipping is probably one of the newest compositions that we've seen in a while. Now, we've had Cannonball before run Hadi, and we've had Sand Siphon run this anti-burst. So it's somewhere in the middle of those two concepts where it took both of them and just, I see, Enor is just a mushroom. It's not really true rock, paper, scissors. He's just a mushroom. He just comes out of nowhere and just crushes everything. Still very, very strong. Hasn't really eaten many nerfs, as we are going to see the off-spawn YZG and SR. A little bit of Firefly shenanigans. SR running on the outside. And now they're going to go lower and camp it, as YZG had the cannons already camped out, as we are going to go to 5-2-1 versus Wolves. Initial rage, baby. Akos and Temiult already invested. Wait a minute. Wolves ZK already purple armor off spawn and blue armor. Wait a second here. Wolves with the loot of the luck gods on their side, is maybe going to look for the focus flank. He gets it. He goes with an overhold, but it's not going to matter. Takeda is going to scoop and slam him down, as Wolves wins their off-spawn. And we move back over to SRYZG, and now IG has joined in the fray with a little bit of a timing third party.
And it's a really good third party by them to be able to put up so many points on the board early. Now we're going to see SR attempting to go for the puzzle solve, get themselves that golden weapon right off the rip, which is going to be incredibly valuable to them. We're going to see a little bit of ballista play coming in as well, as we're seeing. I think they're just using that to keep space and pressure. I don't think they were the ones under fire. We're going to see them jumping through, trying to see if they can make anything happen. The RW now on the top side, closer to those Yushan ruins in Imperial Village. They're going to be trying to make something happen as well. Now we're looking on the south side of the map. That's going to be IG fighting up against XKG. Scale Rush coming in from the Spear. 2-tick. He's going to be able to get the Nezhas into the gold focus, but the F ability from our resident Shunhuan is going to cancel that out, as he's doing a very good job of the peel. That XL really just trying to hold down, seeing where the members of IG are. I think XKG needs to sign ZXL so they can have all XXL members on their team. But 2-tick going to be jumping through. Big Bonk going to come in, but the F ability is going to be there to negate any extra follow-up damage. IG's Han's going to come out of ultimate here. And it looks like they're going to be taking quite a bit of damage, though. 2-tick actually going to end up losing a bit of HP. Jun Xian coming in for the peel on that Yushan ultimate. And oh my goodness, what a layup. That was an alley-oop if I've ever seen one myself, Raven. XXL going to be taken incredibly low. And now the F ability gets popped. IG trying to make their last stand, but it's not looking too good.
And Junksy on the Yushan gets to show in the business. We saw him getting dunked on before on his Viper, and now on the Transformer, he gets to play the game and jump on others as IG's Han is going to get surrounded and deleted. XKG gets a purple armor off spawn. Little blue armor, and look at the leaderboard. Wolves with a 4-piece. XCG with a 3-piece. No one else, so everyone else having a quiet off spawn, but I spoke too soon. TE and Wolves at Yushan Ruins. Not so quiet anymore. Two of the heavy hitters going at it. The CXA smothering NHQ right here. NHQ not releasing anything. Double jump, light attacks, TXJ. TXJ, wait a second. What the? Whoa, whoa. Hey, wait, 521 is just rezzing here. For freezies? For freezies? Oh, okay, not for freezies. We had to pop the Sire ultimate, but Wolves and TE kind of busy with each other. That 521 takes advantage of it and ends up getting a cheeky little res here. Very great, nice play from 521 to get out of that off spawn situation fully looted. Now being able to salvage their first Yang. Remember, only 6 teams get to go into Yang, while 2 stay on the outside, usually playing for Spirit Well. We've seen some maps where only 3 teams go in, but it's 6 possible. So right now we're going to be slowing things down as we're going into the first Yang. I believe Wolves is very stacked. I don't see a reason why they don't go. I mean, it'll be very telling if they only go for Spirit Well that the matchup for Takeda, Temi, and Yang isn't very good. Want to see whether or not they choose to go, and what the strategy is versus the 2 meta composition.
Now, while Temi's not the most ideal, I still think that they stand a chance fighting into some of these other teams, that they're still going to be able to perform incredibly well against some of these specific teams. Fighting into the Enor, they're going to have a difficult time. But if they come into a Justina composition, I feel like the Xinhuan Yushan is going to win that.
Well, Yang is ticking down as no one ran it down. There's no W keying and inting. All 24 players in the lobby are alive here. So we're playing for keeps now. We're at the halfway point. Everyone's sobered up and woken up. No more messing around, over aggressing to certain situations. It looks like everyone's locked into their strat, looking to play it as consistently as possible as all the F2s of the Enors come down. Smackety smack mac, guaranteeing their spots in, and Wolves not able to secure a kill. They're looking to make the cheeky play, as we are going to go into this Yang. XKG versus RW. Youth in the air, looking for the jumping aerials, not able to find a RW's Yushan. Gonna be ulting up here. Youth on the Justina, popping the ultimate, forcing the combo break out of Tudik, but Tudik a little bit later on his ultimate. Nice job not getting frozen right here. Yushan of the enemy team getting a lot of value, as Youth is going to take a freeze and a slam from the Yushan, and now Youth still going hard onto Tudik. The Yushan trying to peel for his teammates as Youth goes around looking to reset at the corner, ends up getting scale rushed from Tudik, and now RW in a 2v1 situation. Yuan trying to find his way in. Katana, can he get the double fry in? Both players in front of him. Turns the first LMB to the right, but he is going to find an uppercut combo for his troubles from Juxian, and XKG Makes it look clean with it. Finds their first realm of Yang win.
Yeah, looking very nice so far. Hopefully they'll be able to keep up that same energy and that same pace for the remainder of the game, which I definitely have confidence that they're going to be able to pull off. Let's see how this is going to affect the future of some of these other teams' games, as it really appears that some of these lower level teams have really locked themselves in here. They've got themselves ready to go. They're looking strong. They're looking incredibly ready to take down and get themselves into that top 10, or the top 4, sorry, as XXMU taking quite a bit of damage there, forced to back off this fight. The ultimate recast ability from the Shunhwan gonna pop off. NY7 trying to come through with a bit of a scale rush play. Looks like he's not going to get too much value. Going to send out the F. Does not manage to connect on to that Yushan. And there we go. XXMU goes down. NY7 for the scale rush. And now they're just going to break in. Han going to be the next one to fall down. We're going to see the Nezha's Might rush come in. Big double parry from Xiao. The bonk comes out. And now the silence on to XXL is going to send IG straight back to the Soul Altar.
Well, IG still has another res. They're chilling. But SR starting to build up the points. Building a snowball of points, as we are going to see Wolves with the Draco Storm running into SR. Looking like a snack. Only Vermilion's buff. Kind of nice to be able to have a res until you realize you can't kill a team with Draco Storm. SR doing a really good job of dodging the Wombo. The Temi gets no value with the Monk Ult. We get a scoop up at the end. But our teammate Rico, wait a second, Rico, hey, we went from being one hit to just full health. The zipping's crazy. IG's gonna be showing up to the party, and now Wolves in a very weird position. They need to back off here, but I don't believe Revelia's team has a break. It's all gas. The fact that you engage this team means they are all inning you no matter what.
Hey, IG come back on the res. They've managed to find themselves. NY7 with a really nice parry. He might take out XXMU here. He is going to be able to get that kill. Does he get the bloom? He's going to try and fight this in the 3v1. NY7, he's got ult. Oh, we're going to see the res coming out here. Very nice play coming through from the members of IG to wrap that back up. They knew that they had the advantage going into that fight, as the Yang Spirit Well, or the Rebirth, Vermilion's Birdmite is the word I was looking for, was disappearing, so they knew that they would be able to get themselves some good eliminations. The stuns are going to come out on the members of YZG from Pampy. We're going to see the longsword kill from him from distance, which is very nice to see coming out, as we are going to get a very nice play coming out from them respectively. Now YZG going to try and see if they can turn this around on XKG. Looks like we've got an ult coming up. 16 seconds left on that Yang depletion. The Impale is going to come through. Follow-up damage is not going to be given out. 10 seconds left to cleanse the Yang depletion. Will they be able to do it? 8, 7, 6, 5. UGG not looking too great right now. Will he be able to do so? And that's not going to be it. RW's Yuan is going to get fully eliminated from this game. And RW, I believe, nope, not dead, but YZG fully eliminated from this game.
Still 20 players up live. Very stacked lobby, as IG is looking to hold on to Wolves in zone. There's an ult charger right there and a no ult zone right next to it. A weird duality right there, as Wolves NXQ is getting shredded right here. He has to be careful. The zone is ticking away at his white half, and now ZK in a weird position. No ult in his name at 80%. Tough break, as now IGXXL is going to come through on the Justina, popping ultimate, chopping away at the legs of Wolves. No focus attack coming out for them. No way to fight back. Just getting chunked by the pole sword LB. And now XMII just chilling. Wait a second. Genji just let those two go away. What is Genji doing? Whoop.
Oh no.
Looks like first Yang. No, they're gonna get Yang for free. What? Everyone's going for Spirit Well to be consistent. As what? TE. Wait a minute, we're letting the blueberries just take it for free?
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
No,
we might see.
Everyone's feeling the pressure to get the top 4. Everyone's playing this a lot slower. Oh no. 521 gets the counter comp for them. XKG very, very stacked. Can 521 prevail?
I doubt it. I think this is going to be a difficult spot for 521 to be successful, especially with how we've seen the performances come through. We're getting the instant freeze coming out, and now we're going to have the Viper ultimate, or the Syra ultimate, coming out in full force as everyone starts to make their way to the outside. Tute going to get hit with that powerful dazzle, as we're going to see so much damage coming through, but now the Justina's back up. Viper stun available. Aiko's cage looks to have gotten almost no value, but XKG ZXL going to be taking quite a bit of damage here. Now in the Xunhuan Li ultimate, we are going to see that first recast coming through. Pampi's going to be brought incredibly low off of the back of that. We are going to see now the ultimate is going to come through. Now they have that counter to the ult. Kame goes down, and now it's a 2v3 situation. Pampi going to just try and scale rush and hold for time. They've got a minute and 14 seconds. They can manage to stay alive. We get double Yang depletion from both of these teams, but XKG going to do their damnedest to make sure that they can get themselves a win in this realm of Yang. In the 3v2, everything is so important. F ability invested from the Xunhuan Li, be able to provide so much extra control and damage. That's going to be one more kill going their way. Fat Milk goes down. Now, Pampi, the last remaining player, just going to be taking to the pillars to scale rush away as fast as possible. And here we see Pampi gets eliminated, and XKG are winning their realm of Yang.
Unlucky for Viper composition going into Yang. Running into a stacked Yushan Justina, just full purple armor, full jaded up. We still got another Viper comp. SR. Oh, wait a minute. We get to see how do you win versus this comp. We see SR win their fight versus the stacked IG, and it looks like they get a silence on to the Justina. And they're just all inning the Justina and Yushan at the same time. Wait a minute, they got a silence in Justina and Yushan, looks like. Han desperately trying to survive. He doesn't get his ult off in time. And then the follow-up, NY7 gets the stun onto Shuhan. It looks like it's just the opener who Viper is able to silence is just too important. As SR makes it look easy, but that matchup looked impossible before, as IG now. Lots of loot to the name, but they got to find a team out here, as TE is going to be fighting on the edge here versus RW. Looks like it's just Youth left alive. He does have his ultimate. Is he going to make TE work for it, as XKG is going to show up to the party as well and try to steal this singular kill away from TE. Youth, though, woo, making good use of that ultimate to get away, but 521 is going to spawn in right next to them and see that XKG is chasing someone down. Can Youth make it all the way to Plume Castle? And he could actually survive and kite there, as Youth is not going to make it away. XKG does close the distance, finds the F, and Youth is going to fall.
Unfortunate for our boy Youth. Is now on Team RW, as they're now at the bottom of the scoreboard, tied with YZG for a pretty underwhelming amount of points. That's going to be 8 points in total for YZG and RW. Now, IG has climbed all the way up into that 5th place position, just behind XKG, 4 points behind, and that's a very close margin they're going to be able to get this back around incredibly quick, as we are going to see a little bit of ballista play coming through. IG's members getting tagged up a little bit, but we're going to see them bring a very nice recovery into this game. They're just going to go for a quick reset down on the bottom side, and then we'll get to see them get a little bit more aggressive. But I think they're just going to play bottom underneath here. They don't want to get too aggressive with it right off the bat. I think that IG are going to be trying to really gun for putting up some points, though, because they have about 2 minutes left, I think, on their Yang depletion. And they're really going to need to lock that in if they're going to want to progress into this game. 1 minute and 3 seconds left on that Yang depletion timer, so they really need to get a kill fast.
Well, IG 50 seconds, XXL in the driving seat. We gotta pull the trigger though. The purple pole sword dashing in. Pampy, oh my goodness! And did we pull the trigger? Pampy just gets executed, chopped in half from XXL. One dash through, but we still got 30 seconds. Needs more soul blooms for the rest of the team. Multiple double dashes going through, but the Justina ult is going to run out as Spiritwell has a flamethrower burning everyone on the outside, as Fat Milk is going to be swinging for the moons, not being an easy kill. Multiple players left low on IG as they are surrounded by 2 teams poking to them to death, as XKG is going to clean up the last little bit of IG. Spiritwell is going to be claimed from XKG, it looks like, and now XKG in the driver's seat looking to pick up all of the rest of the frags. They have to find TE and SR. Looks like TE and SR going to play for the flag to look for the cleanse, as XKG picking up every last little bit of loot before they're gonna move on to the last 2 teams. So we got the 2 server favorites, SR and TE, leading the tournament so far as first and second. But IG is able to get 1 res. Wait, XSL, what? Whoa. What? Oh my god, we got hit by the icicle and we died. Oh my god.
Unfortunate.
Unlucky.
Oh my goodness. Absolute insanity here, as IG's XXMU is going to end up getting eliminated. Very unfortunate for him, as we're going to keep moving in to the rest of these games. The rest of this final circle. We've got ourselves a very close bout.
Well, SR, they're gonna initiate. 2 minutes 20 seconds. I like this. We're not gonna wait till 1 minute left. We're gonna get in there at around that 2.5 minutes. We're on to XKG, and Tudyk gets eliminated nice and quickly. Instant noodles burnt up by Rico, but Juxian on the Yushan be like, hey man, you killed my teammate. A little bit of slip slam over and over as a Yushan up, able to iframe the stun right here. Very nice. As TE sees the shenanigans, they're gonna take advantage of this. Who is he gonna go on? Looks like they're gonna attack SR, and Juxian of XKG ends up getting in between TE's meal, so they take him down very quickly, as the Moonbane has everyone dancing around surfing. Zhao tries to move left and right, ends up moving onto the looting TXA, and now TXA's like, hey, wait a second, this guy's not my teammate. Let's get this kill over here. Takes down SR's Zhao, and now just 2 players left alive. It looks like TE, luck of the draw, they went for the flag, able to salvage their game, only up to 7 kills, while SR and XKG had 14 kills. I think it's gonna be close. XKG got 2nd place, so they're gonna have more points from placement. It won't be close. XKG is gonna clutch up the MVP, but TE with a little bit of a what do you call it? extra credit.
Consolation prize?
Consolation prize. That's what I'm going for.
One you're looking for. Yeah, I mean, TE's still doing amazing, right? Like they're gonna be able to get themselves. I think that XKG are gonna get the MVPs, but I mean TE are still putting up monstrous amounts of points every single game. If they're doing this in the winners bracket, you already know that they're gonna be so dangerous when it comes to the finals. XKG, however, going to be your MVPs for game number 4. So we're already on game number 4. This is absolutely amazing. Lock in. Here we go. This has been an absolutely amazing day because we're getting ready to jump in already to game number 5. We've had some really crazy stuff coming out, and it's all been coming up TE all day, every day. XKG finally managed to get themselves an MVP on the board, though, which is really, really good for them since they're going to be competing for that 4th place spot right now. They're competing with 5-2-1 with IG and against themselves for this 4th place position. If they do manage to claim it, they're going to be in a very good spot. They won't have to fight through that loser's bracket. So I'm thinking that's what we're going to see out from them. They're going to want to keep that momentum going into the next game.
Yeah, it looks like SR and TE have definitely locked in the 1st and 2nd. I believe Wolves was in 3rd, but the 4th place is going to be very, very spicy coming out. We're coming up to game 5 championship round. Game 4 in the bags. We see XKG getting their pop-off game. So now they're in nice striking distance to qualify. Consistency is key, though. Tons SR and TE maintaining their consistency. How many kills did SR get in game 4, ladies and gentlemen? We were just talking about this. That's a little bit confusing. There's a lot of points going around. And technically, they didn't win the game, but is it A, 14, B, 15, C, 16, and D, 17? Man, whoever's doing the questions today, make it very hard. There's usually, 2 of the answers are just like out there, so you just know it's like, there's no way it could be these 2 answers. But when it's only 1 point difference, it's very, very close.
You gotta earn your free gifts.
You gotta earn it. It's no free lunches here. I could narrow it down to 50-50 every time, but even this would be hard. And we're watching it at the same time, looking at the points and every talking about it.
And then it's just like it's like those people they come up to you on the street and they're like, can you like tell me what percentage your phone is at? And they're like, oh, without looking at your phone for $100, what time is it right now? It's like, oh, we just saw it, but we weren't like fully paying attention to that specific data point at that specific second. And so they get you with it. They're like, oh, we just saw this. What is it? But everyone has got their answers in the chat. Make sure you get that in there as quick as possible so you guys can try and claim that. I think it's a spring split free choice gift nowadays. And it is some really cool stuff in there. So make sure you get yourselves locked in on that so you can claim some spring split choice gifts, some exclusive items that you can't get anywhere else. So make sure you guys are locked in. Taking a look at our scoreboard, though.
16? Oh my God, it was 14. Wait.
14.
Oh, but was it? Are they asking what the points?
It was SR. It was how many kills did SR get in? It was 14.
Oh, with my kill. That's what's confusing me because I'm normally looking at the game score, not the actual kills. So 14 kills, but 15 points because that was my. I wanted to say I think it was 15, but it was actually 14 kills. But XKG does take the MVP, and we've been seeing whatever the 3 composition is in the lobby, them having an edge because they kind of get to bully their counter. Never are we going to see really 3 hottie compositions in the lobby, so it's usually been Viper or now or Yushan getting that extra composition, or the 3 teams have the same composition. And as we're looking at the leaderboard, 49 points for TE, SR closing the distance at 43, Wolves and XKG. Wait a minute, I stand corrected. Wolves and XKG very, very close. IG not that far off. 5-2-1 a little bit far off. We need to lock in. But it's like you said, XKG, IG, and 5-2-1 going to be battling it out. YTG and RW, unless everyone has a really bad game and these guys both pop off, which is possible. I've seen it before. Championship round, game 5, you got to clutch it up before the mirror matchup where everyone gets very, very desperate. But we saw this round, everyone slow things down and everyone stay alive, even though it's Hollow Rock and Starry Night. Lots of Fireflies, lots of ability to super aggress. For the most part, the lobby was thick all the way through. No one needlessly dying for silly reasons, as we see in the highlights. Spear, a lot more prevalent today than I've seen in the past. A lot of double spear we saw inside Yang and even outside Yang. Usually we saw singular spears, but now we've seen multiple spears per team. Whipsword and LMB from NY7. Seen a lot more of that focus attack. Initially, when a Whipsword came out, no one threw that focus attack because it was so easy to parry. It had such a lingering frame. Everyone was using R&B instead. But now everyone's seeing the value of it just because it allows you to lock down someone in a controllable position, just like on the ground, doesn't lift them off the floor. So it's very, very easy to follow up if you land the LMB focus on players. Even though I still feel like it feels like you're stuck in the mud when you just release it and you're just looking at things swirl in front of you. Kind of takes forever to get back control of your character, as we're looking at Juxian's MVP on the Yushan. 70k damage. Very nice. Oh, and going back, interesting in his health Jades choice. Actually going health Jades on Transformers. We haven't seen that in a long time. Normally, we've seen on most players just going with triple melee and triple attack. But Juxian goes with double health. Maybe for heal off? I mean, we haven't been to a heal off in a while. That's the only reason you used to be able to go for that for Transformers. Now there's so much loot on the map that you can kind of just cherry pick what you want. So interesting. I want to see now more of what other Transformers are picking up. Are they actually picking up health Jades more often than not? Especially Yushan. I guess Yushan does get fried a lot, so he wants to be a little bit more tanky.
I definitely think that the Enors should be taking more health Jades, because you see how easily they're able to get taken down, and it's like when the armor scaling isn't there, they are so vulnerable in that ultimate. So I think health Jades could be the solution to fixing Enor, which I mean, I know that you don't want to be seeing that, because you don't want to see Enor even stronger. You want to see that Enor composition gone. But as far as these comps go, I think that the melee resist Jade, definitely, one of the elite ones to have. But putting in perspective, the health Jades aren't terrible Jades. Like they are still very helpful.
Game 5, Seb. Bold predictions. Who do you think's going to take it on the cusp?
Ooh, 5-2-1 MVP.
Take it?
5-2-1 MVP.
You think 5-2-1 is going to come out with the MVP?
Let's just throw out the hottest take of the century right here. 5-2-1 is going to MVP game number 5, and they're going to do so with 13 kills on the board.
I feel like we would have to go with XKG, only because they have momentum going into game 5. Hopefully they could keep it up. Watch IG do it again. Oh, that'd be so annoying. I just gonna do it again. It's just rubbing salt in the wound. They're gonna keep it going. I almost wanted to go with IG, but I feel like they let me down. XKG did super well this round. They did kind of have the comp going for them though. They were very, I mean, can't fault them for it. Well, you generally want to target the right fights, but sometimes in Yang you do scout out which teams like to go when in Yang. Like some teams prefer going in first, while others try to take a free rank, so they go in last. And if you can narrow down what their comp is, especially now that the phasing is pretty standardized at this point, I mean, I guess it's not luck. It's not luck that they end up getting really good matchups for them this game day. And the end game was very, very hectic, I would say. SR and TE are really controlling tempo around Spirit Wells in endgame, so it's pretty difficult to navigate with multiple really, really strong teams with range and fight selection kind of lurking the Spirit Wells situation. Takeda Monk not paying off, I believe.
It really isn't. It really isn't.
So Transformers, again, I feel like it's the weakest composition out of all the variations right now.
It's so unfortunate that it's not looking as strong as it usually is, right? Like, we've seen these plays happen in so many different scenarios where it has worked in the past, but at this current point in time, it's just not what it used to be. And we're not seeing the insane, immense value that we once saw from comps like this. And I think that in the future, I think that we're going to get to see a little bit more coming back from Transformers, as it always comes back into the meta somehow, some way, someday. But for now, I think we're just gonna, Transformers is gonna be taking that back seat until they can figure out some better stuff to pair up with, right? Because when we get to see Hottie Kylan coming into the mix with Monk, we saw, you know, quite a bit of action coming through from that competition. But now the Hottie is just, it belongs to another. We see it getting placed on the other side so many times that that's the main line that these teams are going to be running. They're going to try and find the scenario that works best for them, and right now Transformers is not going to be it.
Well, going into game 5, I always feel like the team that gets Hottie Enor zipping also has an advantage going into game 6, because they get the double pick basically and have their composition warmed up going into the last game. Now, it's a little bit different though, because the game 6 is all mirror matchups, but still, getting back-to-back games is very ideal for momentum. So a little bit of it's kind of a luck of a draw too, of who gets this phase 1 or game 5. But I feel like this, I'm curious to look at this stat at the end of the season to see how much this was a play or at play for a team's success, just because you do get to a double pick a composition going into your last game. We see everyone locking in. Top 4, you can't really coast. You kind of have to play out of your mind, as we're seeing the bottom half of the lobby waking up. IG having a big game, XKG having a big game, Wolves having a big game. Wolves had a big game very early on, but now all these teams have closed the distance, so it's gonna be a very important 5th round for all these teams, with the exception of SR and TE. I think they have such a comfortable lead that they could get a total of like 5 or 6 points for the next 2 games, and they're still going to be able to qualify in the top 4. But they never take their foot off the gas. They're probably going to go full out twin turbo V8 engines, you know.
Twin turbo inline 6. Come on, that's the ideal JDM build.
On the Viper.
The Viper's a V8?
Yeah, Viper. Oh, I didn't know. Do you go with a V10, bro? Just 1,000 horsepower?
Naturally aspirated V10? Or are we talking twin turbo V10?
Twin turbo V10 has been insane, dude.
Turbo V10. Oh my goodness.
It's a brick. It's a brick rocket ship. That's my favorite American car. Brick rocket ship.
The brick rocket ship. It is definitely one of the better vehicles around.
I'd rather have a GTR, but the Corvette ZX1 and then the Viper. I was like, I could choose between the three. You know, it's not
Why
that.
don't you have all three? I mean, that's my goal in life.
All three. Like there are other things that I would want for it, like, you know, like a boat. Have a
Okay.
nice little boat going out. I mean, I live in Florida though, so boat life is a thing. I realize that boat life is actually a very rare thing for people to have.
Actually,
Not many people live on the ocean.
I live on the water, and so I can respect the boat life.
What about a speedboat? You know what I'm saying? Have you ever been on a speedboat?
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're on your Dexter vibe out there, hey?
Whoa, wait a moment. I'm not talking about the Bay Harbor Butcher.
I don't know. You just.
TE
like, oh, I live
is
in
the
Florida, I love
Point
my
Harbor
boat.
Butchers right now. They're getting all the points, but I don't know. I don't know about me getting all the murder.
Bay Harbor Butcher himself, Raven PLC.
Whoa! I don't want this title. What is this? Just, you know, I'm just a chill guy. You know, just want to play the game for the game's sake. Chilling.
For the love of the game. For the love
of the game. Look at 5-1. They're playing with the love of the game. Look at them. Oh my god, they're locked in. It's like
so
what? Where do we land? There's this team. There's that team.
Where are we dropping, boys? It's been a minute.
I'm still waiting to get the graphic. In have you ever downloaded a NARAKA app?
Yes.
You can see no matter who it is. Like you can even look up like TXJ right now and see their loot. I don't think it shows customs though. I think it only shows Battle Royale, but you can see people's exact paths in the game. I wish they would show us that graphic. I remember really back in the day they used to do it, like in the early days, like 2022 2023 NARAKA. They would show some of the fight paths of teams back when there's 48 people in the lobby.
Oh my goodness, those were the days when we had so many people.
60 to 48, and now we're down to 8. You know, a very personal 8. You know, it's like you know everyone in your neighborhood. It's like the smaller countryside. You know everyone, you know what everyone's gonna play, where everyone's gonna land. As looking at the comps, Triple Viper again. Wait a minute, Triple Viper and Triple Yushan. What the heck?
What are we doing, guys?
That's a very tricky lobby composition.
It's a very fine line to walk, because it's like, okay, are we going to try and go full aggression in? Are we going to try and counter strat? Because the comp that has been dominating these past weeks is starting to get countered out. We're starting to see more often than not that main comp that we have seen doing so well over the past couple of weeks has been faltering. And here we go.
It's gonna be interesting because the Viper's gonna be going for the hotties, and the Yushans are gonna be going for the Vipers. So it's like a dog eat dog world. Dog eat dog world. Is it gonna be a stalemate because of it? Or we're like, wait a second. Everyone's gonna stare at each other and be like, you go first. No. I insist you go first. No. Ladies first. You go first, Viper. As off spawn, we are gonna get XKG versus I believe this is RW in the Firefly, just to the north of Bridge. Oh, it's YZG. And ZXL is gonna get deleted off spawn as the rest of his team made their way to the loot, as Joxian is gonna get the 1v3 parry, and now 17S in a tough position is gonna get hit by the meow of the Akos, and he is gonna get taken down as AB is gonna use the ult to zone everyone out. Gets Kukatu in 1-2, but Kukatu with the soul boom scoop healing more than half of his health as his teammate QGG of the Yushan Smackety Smack, creating some space, creating some opportunity to throw some focus attacks as the Yushan coming through, knocking, staggering everyone, but Yuan's able to get the safety as AB dodges. Ooh, we out of there. Bye-bye, QGG, as RW is going to live to fight another day.
And we gone. We dipped out of there. We made sure to get out of dodge as quick as possible. We really needed the win into this round. We're going to see everybody starting to make their way into the later of the game. IG chasing down 17S, who's been surviving on 1 HP for quite some time now. Funny to see how quickly he's able to bring that back around, as we're going to be jumping into the next part of the game. It's going to be Zem on the backside, getting taken incredibly low. It looks like these boys from 521 are really hungry for that chase. You're going to see them jumping in to the rest of the game. 521's Fatbelt going to be able to back off. Akame getting incredibly low. TE are going to be able to recover off of this. Beautiful play from TE to be able to come in through and turn this fight on its head. As we're going to see now, Fatmilk getting ready to go for the hyper aggression in. Will he be able to make anything extra happen? We're going to have to wait and see. Fatmilk on the back end. Will he be able to go through? No ult zone is going to get pushed, but I don't think Zem's going to send it out. This ult is just about to go down on its natural end. F ability invested. Zem's going to get taken out pretty low. They're just trying to defend as much as possible. Akame has come back on the salty res. TE Zem getting incredibly low. No ult zone has been popped now. TXJ jump pair is going to come through. Pampy goes out. Fatmilk getting brought incredibly low now. And Akame going to be forced to run away. Shotgun burst comes out. Focus follow up to create some extra space. Armor swap to a gray armor with no armor on it. Nbpl is going to knock him off his rocker. Has the F ability to try and get away. The 1.0 from the fist blade is going to connect on the second try. And there we go. One more fist blade 1.0 as Akame goes down. And that's going to be Akame's full life as TE goes up to 4.
Off spawn, IG's gonna get 2, YZG's gonna get 3, and TE with 4. Has the dust settled? I mean, RW got 1. Wolves looking very stacked for first Yang, so not bad, not bad, not bad. The cutoff is 31 points right now with IG at 29. 521 needs to pick up the game. YZG got the 3-piece. So if they go to Yang, you know, kids start snowballing the lobby. Off spawn, ideally, what you want to do in order to stack up those points. Win off spawn, that's 3. Win first Yang, that's 3. We're up to 6. Come out of Yang, get another 3. We're up to 9. Go into the next Yang. We're up to 12. And then Spirit, well, everything's just extra credit from there. We're already at 12 kills, and it's just, we're good to go. I mean, I guess it's kind of ideal to get another 3 kills coming out of Yang. A lot of teams kind of just run away from the buff teams. But it's possible. I think it's the end goal for most of these teams is to get maximum value out of their Yang shenanigans and then kind of coast to Spirit Well situations. We haven't seen a full Spirit Well deny like we've seen in the past. Maybe for this game 5 where the pressure is on, that we'll see a Spirit Well deny in endgame where no one gets it because everyone's kind of poking for it. Everyone's been really diving for kills instead of really defending the Spirit Well to try to win the heal-off situation. Everyone's like, you could have it. We're just going to get these 3 kills and then like fight you off, hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, we're just hoping that we can fight off the Spirit Well, the double Spirit Well team. Kind of crazy, but you know, a kill's a kill. Guarantee the kill now, you know, just hope for the best.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of what they've got to do at this point. Is they've got to try and get their kills in. They've got to hope for the best, and you know, if they're able to keep them the points up as high as they can, then there's a chance that we might see them make the comeback into the game. We are going to be taking a quick look now at some of these players. Looks to be XKG down on the bottom side, or top side of the map. They're going for that Realm of Yang portal. They're going to really try and get some extra wins in here. They need to get their kills up. They did MVP that last game, but it has not been enough for them to fully regress into this game. So they're going to be trying extra hard to keep that momentum going from these past games. Hopefully they're going to be able to do something with it. I have confidence that they're going to be able to make some pretty great strides as they're going to go in. Look at that, Junxian with none other than,
again, he got the Jade.
He got the Jades. He got the Jade.
Vulpine's essence, the red Jade. The red Jade to rule them all. Does Junxian have the Viper though? Wait, is that all? What is that hat he's wearing? A shark?
It is.
What the? I thought that was April Fool's. I didn't realize they actually put it in the game. As Viper ult is going to be going down with the Akros ult. Stun comes in. Bedazzle onto Rico. And Kablawi. Rico gets deleted as the silence goes into the Hottie. But he is going to be able to cube out NY7 now. Under a ton of pressure. They still can bring this back as ZXL on the side is very, very low. But Junxian gets the double charge onto NY7 twice. Well, it's a one charge the second time, but it's close to a double charge. Oh my god, Zhao with the double charge dunnies. And XKG.
A little bit of a victory going on.
Looking like they want to clutch it up. They want to stay in upper bracket. They want to punch their meal ticket into the top 4.
Hey, I mean, they're doing a very good job of staying active right now. So if they can keep this up, they're going to be doing a very good job of keeping themselves in that area and in contention to join their fellow victors in that top 4 scenario. As you're going to see, looks like XXL going for a bit of a chase on the Fat Milk here, which is a bit of an interesting one. So he's got that Draco Storm, so he's not taking very much zone damage. And we are seeing them pull through against some of these other teams, but it's really tough to say. YZG and RW right now really not having a good day. SR still very high up at the top of the leaderboard, alongside actually Wolves and XKG are very close in proximity to each other. IG is at 29. Third and fourth, I think 521 and YZG and RW don't really have a shot. But XKG and IG, there could be a switch up there. Wolves could have a really bad last game and could jump down. We're going to have to wait and see. Such a mid-game lull now, too.
9, 8 plus 15. I mean, most of the lobby is still alive after first Yang. TE with a patented catapult looking for potential parties. You know, they are the party crashers of the mid game, Seb, using the catapult to party crash. As YZG to the north. Yang depletion trying to find some type of stragglers. They don't want to go to the center of the freaking catapult rotations, but multiple teams with the Yang depletions. 2 minutes left on it as we are going to go to a replay of Wolves versus YZG NHQ on the Destina. Gonna get opened up by the U-shot of QGG, but then QGG gonna eat the parry of NHQ. Taste some of that vitamins, that broccoli. Eat your Destina vegetables as NHQ is looking secure. Wait, no, he doesn't even. I looked like he was gonna dash forward to go with the U-shot. ends up just catching the Shuhan Lee, overextending on top of him. And now NY7 trying to find sneak attack. Kukutu comes out of nowhere. What the heck? Drops down, looks for the flank, but ends up landing just in front of NHQ as Kukutu does get the double charge on to NHQ. The F does come through. Nice job from XN or ZK to even the playing field. And now Wolves, wait a second. They bring back the 2v3 down to a 2v1 in their favor. Oh my goodness. Just big difference of fighting for that particular Yang.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting to see how the comeback is able to come through. Wolves able to bring that clutch back up. As we're gonna take a look now at the outside of this realm of Yang. It's IG facing off against XKG. This is actually a huge fight here, as TE and YZG also going to be going at it. Looks like YZG trying to cleanse that Yang depletion. Kuku2 going to be able to get that double charge off. So much damage coming over on to Zem, as both of these Yushans just going to be giving so much in, as the jump LMB is all he needs into the aerial RMB. He's going to be able to connect with that. And now I do believe there's only one player left. They are going to go for the chase here. Could be a bit of a dangerous chase.
Well, 15 people left alive. Second Yang's going to be coming up. Very, very important Yang for 5-2-1 in RW. If they hope to qualify, they need to get into this Yang to really set up to do even better for endgame. Because if not, I mean, 29 points of IG is almost double the points of 5-2-1-16. So they need to step it up and take a risk right here and go into Yang, I believe. Problem is too, if you don't mash going in, there's a good chance that like TE is just gonna mash to go in, since they don't really care at this point.
Yeah, that's totally fair. I can agree with that. I think that if you're trying to wait to go in, you're hesitating already. And I know you're trying to time it right, you're trying to play through, but that unless you're 100% certain, okay, we're holding this, we're waiting, and then we're going in at a certain point, there's that if you hesitate and you don't mash to go in right away, there is a chance that you're going to get put through. Look at that. Like, oh my goodness, you called it. You called it completely, Raven. TE versus XKG in the realm of Yang. This is going to be a huge realm of Yang for XKG, by the way, because if they do not come out victorious, this is going to put them on a Yang depletion.
That's the red jade. We know that Junction has a red jade.
Oh, yes. Junction has the red jade. So we are going to see big damage coming out onto that Viper right away, as we are going to see that Syra ultimate coming out to save him at the very last second. Bullpen's burned already. We saw the Jade proc come through. It was very minimal, but we noticed it. XKG's Junxian going to be holding up on the top side. Shunhuan ultimate has been released here. Showing now on
we
the
have group heal,
side.
advance heal. I was wondering why he was just mashing heal in the middle of the fight. Oh my god, Akos got deleted. We should have just ulted for him. This was kind of troll from Juxian, but whatever, you know.
Did we see Akos ult come through? I guess we did. And,
yeah, he Akos ulted it, but they put the group heal, advance heal on the Viper. Interesting.
Yeah, it's like Viper being the main target, never going to be able to get a chance to heal. Definitely an odd decision there. But we might see the switch up coming through now in the 3v1 situation.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I feel like it would have been better on Syra. Syra's going to be the first one to pop ult and then be kind of look for flank. But Viper, so far we've seen Viper. Most value is delaying the Viper ult. Basically, the old Wombo opener hasn't been doing well. But you know, TE has it mapped out. They end up picking apart XKG And that's a tough loss for SKG right there. They needed, that was like a must-win situation. Now they're going to be feeling a lot of pressure if they don't manage to cleanse here, as we are going to go to Wolves versus 5-2-1. Justine and Mushan versus the Hottie Mirror. And HQ looking for the dashes, trying to get Hottie. Misses the first two. Hottie able to dive bomb out of there. Can't be doing a good job on the Hottie, supporting his team while not getting frozen by NHQ. So maximum space created, looking for the dive bombs as NHQ, frustrated, finally just takes to the sky and tries to get onto his target, but gets smacked away. Oh, we got group heal though. Sneaky again. We got another group heal on deck. NHQ with the group heal, healing up his team. Does find the uppercut onto Akame, and Pambi doesn't release, and Akame ends up releasing. NHQ with the nice punish, and now 5-1 is going to fall there. But wait a second. Oh, okay, this is Wolves. I thought it was 5-1. It's like, how did 5-1 recover so fast? There's no way.
It's an interesting play coming up from them, but the recovery is going to be there. Wolves going to get themselves that buff, a Mystic Might, as well as TE. Going to be coming on the field, trying to play as aggressive as possible into the rest of this game. We're now going to be seeing 5-2-1, looking for the cleanse. The members of XKG as well. Looks like ZXL is going to get caught out on his lonesome. The rest of the team jumping in for support, as we're now going to see a crazy 3v3 fight popping off. Jung Xian now holding on the backside, trying to go for a bit of a reset before we enter into the rest of the fight. The purple focus dash, nice parry coming out to block any value that Hottie's going to be getting. And now we're going to see the heals coming through. Ultimates have been popped on to the side of XKG, as well as 5-2-1. Fat Milk, who has that Enor ultimate ready to go. Pampy going to be fighting on the backside, staff in hand. We're going to see those double charges coming through. Now the Viper Cage is locked and loaded. Silence and the ultimate ready to go. These players are just going to try and scatter. Double stun coming out, and 5-2-1. We're just going to lose this fight to XKG so quickly here. Big Parry going to be coming in on the other side. Two-Tick is going to be able to get that one. And there we see Akame. I think it was Pampy actually getting a parry. Oh my goodness, but TE are going to be able to come in on the backside, taking out Two-Tick. The whole lobby seeing the fight, going in for this third party, and 5-2-1 able to hold off long enough to allow the third party to come in. And that's going to be Zem taking out Akame. XKG managing a beautiful double parry, but caught in the zone for too long, as TE are able to clean up this lobby with only 3 teams remaining.
Oh, top break for 5-2-1. RW still has hope. They need to somehow take the win here. It's still going to be really uncomfortable for their game 6. They're going to have a miracle run. IG with 3 points on Wolves. If Wolves MVPs this round, actually they can't MVP. He's way too far ahead. Oh my goodness. Wolves gets 6 more kills this round. They could punch their ticket in. IG's gonna have such a hard time getting past them. But it looks like the veteran teams are gonna be making through. I'm surprised at how bad YZG has done today. Tough break, but you know, this is upper bracket, so everyone's gonna still be alive and be able to have a loser's bracket run. As AB onto Wolves and HQ, keeping it very tame. They don't want to overcommit, actually get parried and die, as it's only 2 of them. But NHQ in a tough position, as TE is going to activate, take advantage of the nonsense. NHQ got very, very low, and now he gets executed. TE now looking to clean up the lobby, as AB has something to say about it with the Viper ultimate, but I believe the Yushan of TE was able to counter that stun. And now AB, last one left standing for RW, as Wolves in shambles as well. TE getting the best of the exchange here as they move over just to the solo AB. One Fong getting sauced up by AB though. Hey, we're not no free kill right here. Gonna force Sem to pop the ult. Double dash through, gets the freeze, dumps all of the dashes just to get the freeze, as Wolves now gonna make their way into zone, trying to deny some of these kills, trying to make it a little bit more feasible for them to catch up. They're not sure which team this is, as XN is going to hug the corner. Wait. But wait. XEM finds XN.
Oh my goodness, the 21.
The big 20 bomb from TE. Just the absolute favorites posturing up. Satisfaction across the board. They know if they've done super well for today. Flawless day so far. Winning the martial arts. Consistently dominating the battle royale. Salvaging when things don't go well for them too. Just really dominant performance coming out from TE today.
And they're looking incredibly strong, incredibly sharp, and they're putting all of their contestants, every single person on any enemy team, to shame with the amount of skill that they're bringing out in these games right now. TE Trace Esports really doing a good job of showing that they are top tier team material. They're doing a very good job of proving themselves throughout these games, and it's been nice to see, as TE going to be the victors of game number 5. We've got one game left for you, ladies and gentlemen, before the end of the day. It's going to be looking incredibly good for these players over in CN. They're having a great time. We're having a great time. I hope everybody in chat's having a great time. That was game number 5. Your MVPs, Team TE, the postured up boys themselves, looking incredibly strong and incredibly powerful. 21 eliminations in one game is absolutely insane.
Yeah, every other day I've ever watched, there's always been drama for the top 4. This one looks pretty dominant. How many players chose Viper in game 5? Was it A, 2, B, 3, C, 4, or D, 5? I know the answer to this one. Mainly because there was the same amount of Yushans in the lobby. Hint, hint. I mentioned it very early where I was like, wait a second. How is this lobby going to play out? I wonder who's going to win this one. And it's kind of what I expected, because when you have 3 of a counter, then the 3 Vipers don't matter, because you got 3 Yushans to balance it out. I'm wondering, even though today is gonna be the hottie zipping Enor or the mirror matchup, will we see a different phase 1 as we move forward? Because we're seeing the hottie composition not performing on certain maps, especially if you get the 3-piece. Will the strategy move on to phase 1? Because phase 1 is assuming that both teams are going to choose hottie. What if one team doesn't choose hottie? You get triple hottie and triple Viper. Are we going to see the triple happen more often than not, as teams will switch up what they want to pick in phase 1, 2, and 3 to mix up the other teams, just so they can get the 3 composition setups? A lot of mind games possibilities, a lot of possibilities here. As looking at the overall points for this game, the big 21 kills, the 20 bomb from TE, putting a stamp on the day. It's been a dominant TE performance. SR was keeping up for a little bit, but when it comes to the marathon of 6 games, consistency and pace is king, as TE consistently kept up their pace, even their bad game was some team's good game at 7 points. Or 11 points. 11 points on my end.
Their bad game is still better than anything that 521 has done today. It's better than anything RW has done today. It is just impeccable. The skill that goes into TE's training and their lineup with a 25-point game number 5, SR with a 3-point game number 5, putting the total points for TE up to 74, SR 46, Wolves 41, and XKG 39, an entire 10 points above their 5th place competitor, and that is going to be IG, down at 29 points, as it is looking really good right now for this top 4 lineup to be TE, SR, Wolves, and XKG. We're going to have to see a crazy pop-off game from IG if they want to get anywhere near that score. It's gonna be interesting to see if they're gonna be able to make it.
Yeah, we saw it before too. You're gonna have to clutch up IG. Only gonna be 2 teams really for the top 4. Everyone else kind of playing for extra credit. We're seeing the comms of TE, just how involved and how energized they are with the call-outs, the mirror matchup going down as we follow. Oh, it's interesting that TXJ is on the Yushan. What the heck? I don't think I've ever in all the years seen TXJ on the Yushan. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting because you know, oftentimes we're seeing the switch out coming from some of these players' positions and switching up and it's working very well for oh, look at that timing on that F ability to be able to save his team from a certain stun and destruction from that Viper, as we are seeing them come away with one of the most beautiful wins that we've seen in a long time. 21 total eliminations on the board for this team. They're really doing something special.
XCM with the MVP on the Justina. 16k damage. Got the Cavalry Bloom on deck. And that's what I mean by the normal Jades that we see. Triple damage reduction, triple attack. I guess we're not really seeing Transformers really ever get MVP, so we haven't seen a lot of the times their Jades. Outside of when we sometimes pull up the Jades, like transitioning to endgame. I haven't taken note of what the Transformer. I have to really see whether or not they're doing health Jades every single time. It's interesting. Speaking of interesting, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We will be right back for the mirror matchup to see who's going to remain in the top 4. Don't go anywhere after this short break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. I'm your host, Caster Seb. I'm joined alongside my co-host and co-caster, Mr. PLZ himself, the god of esports, and a man who now owes me $10 and a Korean barbecue dinner. Very excited about that one. Welcome back. We have one last game to bring it to you guys today, and then we will be on our merry way back as we are so close to finishing up the day of our winners bracket to see who's going to be coming away with the victory. I am going to be making one last bold prediction. I think IG are going to get themselves the points they need. I think XKG are going to fall. I think we're going to.
Oh, could we take we double or nothing? We go to even.
No. I
like the bold prediction you're going with.
I was trolling.
No. I heard you manifesting it, and doubling down, Seb, in this position. But I understand if you just wanna have a romantic.
Okay, you know what? Let's do it.
Let's
do it. I would love to have a nice romantic lunch with you right now.
Oh my God, it's gonna be an expensive dinner at this point. If IG take this one, oh my goodness. You're gonna
take bottles on bottles.
It's not meant to be, bro. It's just every time Mr. Sebulous is he's a luck box. What can you do when you're blessed with the lucky of good looks and the luck of winning everything? You can't win against Seb. You just can't win.
Hey, I mean, you can beat me in NARAKA. That's the way to go. Anything that requires any actual skill, I'm not very good at. Stuff that requires a whole lot of luck, I am fabulous at. It is a very odd thing, but I'm very good at luck-based things. So, we've got the luck gemstone on our side. A whole lot of luck jades ran in my glyph tree, as well as Raven. We've got one game left. This is a mirror matchup. Do you think that the mirror matchup is going to be our Enor composition? Or
yeah.
Do you think we have a chance to see a Viper mirror match?
No. I mean, it always goes. The rule setup is that phase 1 is the majority of phase 1 picks is the mirror matchup. So every time it was double pick Enor or Hadi, which that's what I was saying is I feel like in the future tournaments, teams may question it because the main strategy we've seen that really influences the lobby is the composition that gets 3 picked. And the only way for that to happen is someone in one of the phases has to be like, you know what? Phase 2, where Vipers normally pick, I'm not going to pick Viper. I'm going to pick Yushan. So now we get the triple Yushan pick and the triple Viper picked, which we saw. And I'm not going to lie, you don't want that to happen when you're Viper, where a team picks triple Yushan with you, because we saw what happened. TE ends up running away with the lobby. Because when there's 3 Yushans, Vipers really don't get to have their way and really get to cherry pick and bully the Hadi composition. So
exactly.
The cool thing about the mirror matchup, which is why the mirror matchup exists now, is you don't know who anyone is. Everyone's the same comp. There is still strategy of knowing where people like their tendency off spawn to be. But for the most part, we've seen teams kind of just go full pedal to the metal, floor it, just try to get as many kills as possible for the last game, just because outside of off spawn you don't know who's who, so you can't really even prevent and focus fire the team on the cusp. So like right now, IG and XKG are super concerned with each other. If they want one team to land on to like slow down and sabotage their game, it's each other in this instance, because if one of them goes out early, the other just qualifies automatically. It's going to be very unlikely that 5-2-1 in RW is able to pull a 20 bomb game. As you see in the overall leaderboards, only TE was able to pull off a 20 bomb. So in order for those two teams to really get through, it's going to be unlikely. Now, normally we've seen in the past things to be very close. I don't know. I mean, IG and RW, I feel like that's a reasonable 10 points is reasonable, but it's still like a really clutch up game. You got to super lock in to get through, because you still have to go into Yang, and all the demons are in the lobby inside Yang. Though we have seen these teams pull the upsets. The problem I see, Mr. Sebulous, is in the mirror matchup. It's hard to get lucky in the mirror matchup, because the only thing that's different is like your off spawn. You might get a little bit better loot than your opponents, but from there on, it's a lot of times pure skill of how well you're able to loot up, navigate the map, set up for your first Yang. Maybe you can play it safe, go Spirit Well instead, to keep up the pace and be slightly behind going into second Yang. But winning second Yang is a big part of getting a 10+ point game, because you need that second Yang to secure one of the first Spirit Wells. If you're not one of the Spirit Well teams, you're pretty much at the mercy at who the Spirit Well team chooses to focus fire in endgame then. That's why second Yang is way more important than first Yang. Now, obviously, you can go into first Yang, die, and then not get a res, and then that's obviously terrible. But a lot of the times, because the lobby is smaller, after first Yang, usually you can 3v1 someone in one of the scuff fights, have enough money, and then res your other two teammates. Usually, so we see a lot of the Yang teams kind of safely navigate even losing first Yang. It's really second Yang where all the marbles are at. You gotta win second Yang, or you're not gonna have a good time in endgame. You gotta get lucky then, which I don't know, Seb. Getting lucky seems to be your middle name, so IG could find some type of luck box and prove me all right. I could go through all of this analysis of this consistently happens here, and then IG just goes against
like, Viper comp go, or I guess it's all Enor comp.
No, it's impossible for it to be Viper comp, yeah, but there's a chance that IG just goes crazy and it's just like boom, 20 bomb.
Boom, Enor go burr, and then they just completely destroy all of the strategy building that you've talked about. That this is what most of the teams are going to be pushing towards, and they're just going to rip through, come away with a huge victory, and get themselves into the top 4. And then Raven is going to be taking me out for not just Korean barbecue, but Korean barbecue and 4 of the most expensive bottles that I can find at that restaurant.
We're going to get a table. I'm going to get him a table.
Yeah. We're gonna get a whole table. We'll do it in China though, so you can take you can get a bit of a break on the cost. Because if we do it in either of our places of residence, that's 5 bands.
Oh no, we're not doing that ever. We're not doing that. No. I'd rather buy you a new computer than do that.
Yeah, honestly, fair enough.
Your toaster box computer.
Yeah, no, I definitely need a new computer. I was playing on some other people's computers the other day, and I had the experience of playing on some good frames, some low ping, some high resolution monitor.
And memory is just... I want to build a new computer, but memory is just out of control
so expensive right now.
Out of control.
Yeah, fun fact actually. I've been AI this whole time. No, I'm playing.
Sebulous is AI. I met him. We're all in the simulation. This is Seb's world.
Yeah.
I'm an NPC in Seb's world.
This is my Sims server.
Mm-hmm.
It's just been that the whole time. We think that we're speaking English here, but we're really not. We're speaking the Simlish language. We're getting ready to get out of the simulation pretty soon. Simulation 2.0, if you guys didn't know, is dropping very, very soon.
Oh, a patch?
Yeah, a new patch. New patch is coming out. It's completely revamping the game. We're going back to 1.6. It's gonna be very, very cool to see. We're getting old 1.6 servers coming out here. So phones are getting a huge nerf. Video games are getting vaulted.
We're going back to flip phones.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The team to qualify, Team IG, gonna be facing off against 5-2-1 right off the bat of this game as they found Fat Milk open right away. They're gonna open up onto him. It's fast as possible. F ability already invested. We hear a parry in the back end, and it looks like Fat Milk already getting super aggressive. But my hopes and dreams dying alongside the members of IG that are getting incredibly low. XXL goes down. Fat Milk going to be able to get the charge off with those dual blades. Big parry in the back end. XX Mew going to be taking so much damage. IG's on, trying to bring it back around. Overhold going to come through. Fat Milk is going to eat up all of that damage. Big parry attempt comes out. Are we going to see the ult come out in time? But no, back to the solo ultra they go, and IG just one step further from qualifying.
Well, it's a step closer for 5-2-1 if they're going to have the Miracle 20 bomb. It's possible for them, and RW is going to be facing off to SR on... Wait, they do take down NY7 2v3 situation, but I see another team jumping into the mix as SR is going to dive into zone, forcing RW into a weird spot. Go follow them into zone, or go back in and face off against Wolves. Wolves zipping is going to pop the ultimate as the Enor Youth is going to have ultimate, but NHQ of Wolves gets shredded in a 2v1 in a blink of an eye, exploded. And SR is going to make their way back in, but runs into the retreating Wolves into zone. Double Enor ultimate's going to be going down as Rico is going to get sandwiched by the double Enor ult. Ooh. Squished like a bug between Youth. Rico gets taken down, and now SR in a weird position. One of their members down as RW has momentum going their way. Wait a second. 5-2-1 and RW getting a nice off spawn, landing the upset versus the top of the lobby. Wolves gonna be jumping in, and wait, they're getting shredded. They're actually not cleaning this up. Yuan from RW is gonna pick up the first one, and Wolves is gonna get taken down. Parried from behind, and RW gonna be starting out this lobby huge with 7 kills. RW. Wait a second. I was giving a credit to 5-2-1 to get a 20 bomb, but RW possible 20 bomb.
Hey,
is the dream alive?
The dream is alive and active as all of these teams starting to get a lot more aggressive from the bottom side. The only people on the board with kills are 6, 7, and 8th place on the leaderboard, which is absolutely hilarious. But IG and XKG, both with no kills on the board, they're going to be fighting it out. RW has to get themselves, they need to get 9 kills to get to 30, and then they need another 19. So yeah, there's just no possible way, because they're at 21 now. They need another 20 kills, basically. 19 eliminations, 19 points to get themselves into the top, and it is just 27 bomb. I don't think is possible.
27 in a lobby. What is it? 8 times 24. You get some double reses. Yeah, I mean 27's a little much, but possible. I've seen 30 points before. As we are going to get YZG versus RW. QGG going to get fried left and right. Fan flank in the back as QGG is going to pop the Enor ultimate, come slashing through, trying to secure the kill, but the Q going to bail out his target. He's out of there as Kook2 on there. They're zipping. Able to get to the rooftops into safety. And now QGG getting double teamed by the Enor, and Hadi shredding him up. Oh my goodness. RW up to 8 kills right now. Gonna be picking apart YZG as well. They're on a roll right here. Wait a second. 17S is like, you're not that guy. You're not throwing the follow-up. Hits him with a light attack instantly, and now Youth in a tough position. He is going to get traded out here as his teammate AB is also very, very low. Yuan needs to come over and hit him with the peel with the zipping as both of his teammates are on life support. F's going to come in. Wait a second. The zipping heard me. One charge going to come through. Combo break invested. He's gonna come over and try to help AB, but AB gets gonna get shredded. Well, no, we can't lose this loot. This loot is too good. We gotta fight back. Salty respawn, bring it all back. S17S in the sky. Wait a second. Wait. Why did we ult, bro? He had the uppercut combo. Wait a second. My guy is pressing the buttons. I appreciate the button press. When the buttons need to be pressed, you need to press them all at the same time. I see what you mean. I see what we're doing here. As Hottie is gonna take to the skies, try to get to the top here. 17S trying to get away from the Xenor. He's minimizing so much of this damage, and then oh no, and gets immediately the stagger. Big damage. Youth looks for the off spawn half charge. Looks for the wake up. Oh my god, 17S again calls him out. He trolls with the crouching LB. What was that? Oh, and Youth throws the Hail Mary one charge and is able to secure it, and RW is gonna keep the dream alive up to 12 kills. If it's not broke, don't fix it. Just do the one charge. They hold 12 kills. What the heck? They're climbing from the depths.
Hey, and they're doing a good job at climbing. They're getting themselves into that position where they really need to be to put so many points. Like they are in need of so many points right now. It's really concerning. So, you know, the impossible feat that they need to pull off is coming this way, as we are going to see the scrap off starting between the members of XKG and SR. XKG have managed to find themselves a really nice impale onto Xiao Hao. That's going to be a lot of damage coming through. It looks that like the heals have come the other way. It's not going to be too much of a detriment to the rest of their gameplay. But we are going to see quite a bit of action coming through in that way, as Two-Tick going to be able to get a little bit of extra damage on to the members of SR. With those dual halberds in hand, he's really trying to make something happen here. It's not looking to be going his way too well, but he's going to try and continue into this fight. Oh, parry's going to come out from Rico. He manages to steal those dual halberds, and now he's on such low HP. This is not looking good for him right now, Raven.
No, it is not, as Junxian down to half health, as SR is making quick work. When they get to this point, they do not drop the ball, as Junxian using that the blue run, thread it away. They are nerfing the blue run in one of the next upcoming patches, but right now 1v3 situation. She's buying time, hoping for the time. Wait a minute, 20 seconds left. Timeout possible. Junxian. Oh wait. R&B focus attack from Blind Knights. Cannot survive. SR is gonna claim it. Wait, the question is, who was popping off? It was RW. RW didn't go into Yang.
Oh, they didn't.
They did not. Playing it safe, went Spirit Well, but they have to go second, Yang, I believe. They have to go second. Will they play it safe? Will they take their foot off the gas?
There's no way, right? They're going to have to... They need to get these points up on the board. There's no way they try and play safe here. Like they full aggro, or you're going to loser's bracket. And there's like already like you're most likely headed to loser's bracket. So they really need to lock in here if they want to make anything crazy happen.
I get this first Spirit Well, because technically no one can challenge them off first Spirit Well because they're so stacked. They guarantee the first Spirit Well, but now second Yang, that's going to be the big question. They are going to be a disadvantage of everyone who won first Yang, because they're all going to have gold weapon, purple armor at this point. But, you know, Draco Storm, they could find a nice third party here with the Vermilion's buff teams going on. We got 4 Yang depletion teams. We had a tie in one of them. as we are gonna get 5-1 and XKG going at it. 5-1 needs to win. This is a do or die for them, or their tournament is over. XKG need to get on the board. They're at a goose egg right now. They're gonna be sweating if they don't get this kill, because they are the gatekeeping. They are the bubble team that everyone needs to beat if they hope to qual. Enor ults are on a deck as Tudik looking for the kebab, but the Hottie dive bombing him over and over. They still have zipping on Hottie ult though, chilling. Lots of ults to their name as long as the third party doesn't come in. SR though is just to the north of them, watching these two teams fight. As 5-1 playing this very, very safe, don't want to overcommit. As XKG is like, wait a second, we gotta commit though. We got 1:30. My team, one of us needs to die here. As XKG is gonna force the issue onto 5-1.
As we're yeah, they should be forcing up very quickly. As 1 minute and 22 seconds left on this Yang depletion for IG. So many teams on Yang.
RW
right
got
now.
kill on TE.
Oh my god, they're on 15.
They're up to 15.
They might actually pass. They might pass IG, and it wouldn't really be too like bad of a like thing for them. Like it's not like the worst thing in the world, because when you're in the bottom 4, you're still in the bottom 4 no matter what. But it is pretty interesting to see that happening. Is IG gonna be able to find themselves into a good Yang depletion cleanse spot as they are facing off against the members of Wolves. 5-1 has found their way into this though. This is definitely a difficult one for them. Han really trying his best to keep the wave going. Will he be able to keep bringing that energy? We'll have to wait and see. He's going to jump in here. All of these players in the zone trying to cleanse this Yang depletion, going incredibly quickly. Facing off against each other, they're just going right in for the kill. Hey, they're attempting. 5-2-1 going to be the first team to get fully eliminated. That's going to be their entire game and day finished for them. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see too much more happening from the side of them, and it looks like Wolves is going to lose a player as well. IG's Han really trying to get, they managed to get full cleanse here. They get 3 eliminations on the board. XKG is down to 1 player. IG might actually be able to, oh my goodness, they might actually be able to make it happen. RW, oh, no way 2Tick gets that, right?
I mean, it doesn't look like anyone's out there at the lobby. Is just playing too safe, I would say, as we are gonna get SR and RW going at it. Both Enors gonna be popping the ultimates as Youth immediately goes to Zhao, gets the skewer onto. Wait, who did he get in the skewer? I just saw zipping there. Enor already down to half health. RW's Youth just smacking around everyone, but the zipping ultimate is going to pick up everyone on SR, and Youth immediately goes for a parry, bails out using the cube. This time Monk does get a Dragon Slayer onto Youth, and Youth, every time he's looking one way, he's getting flanked by another. He just wants to breathe as his teammate AB finally comes in, gets a Dragon Slayer, but now AB is getting juggled himself as Youth goes into flank with himself. Zhao running in, trying to catch the flank with a parry, not able to, and now RW in the fight of their life. They need to win this. This is a do or die versus SR, but SR, they don't drop the ball when they get here. Youth has Hottie ult online, or Enor ult online, but his teammate goes down too fast. He's not able to peel for him, and now in a 1v3 situation versus another team's Enor, SR's Enor, it's looking cooked for Youth. You're gonna have to go back on the outside and somehow salvage this situation and find multiple kills and cleanses.
We're gonna have to wait and see if we're gonna get any sort of extra sauce coming through from RW. Oh, the timeout! No way, SR on Yang depletion. This is gonna cause them to be extra aggressive into this fight. And this is gonna give IG an opportunity. XKG lost their Realm of Yang to TE as well. So they're gonna be on Yang depletion. Everyone's gonna be trying to cleanse. XKG only have one remaining member on their team as well, which is a thing we really need to note because 3 eliminations on the board for IG. They have an opportunity to get themselves into that top 4. XKG are not going to be able to put up very many points for the rest of the game. I'd say maybe 1, maybe 2. We're going to have to see what happens as the 3 minutes and 11 seconds to cleanse this Yang depletion could be the very end of days for our boy XKG's 2-tick.
Kind of looking. Oh wait, XKG needs to get the double res. IG is kind of looking chopped. Oh wait a minute, the double or nothing. They're holding the line. Wait a second. Oh wait, but IG has 3 up still. Uh-oh,
yes,
it's still winnable.
IG does have 3 up. It is very winnable. The double or nothing is looking to be in my favor right now.
7 points. 7 points. No, XKG. RW scouts him out too. They got 15.
Here we go, boys. Come on, lock in. You know exactly what you need to do.
SR saw him though. NY7 saw him. No, he didn't. Tudig, I guess, rolled, and because NY7 grappled straight up, he didn't look behind him.
Very interesting. 32 to 39. There's just something. I'm just convinced that we're gonna see something insane happen. I just know it. There's gonna be something with IG as, look at this, SR getting ready to get aggressive here onto the members of IG. This is the make or break fight here. If we see the third party come through, Hottie actually taking quite a bit of damage. Beautiful peel coming in for the Hottie of IG. Be able to pull them off.
Say Hottie of the high G or high G?
Hottie of IG. Of IG.
Oh, Hottie of IG. I was like, what? Alright, IG. It's do or die here. They are going to pop the ultimates versus SR. Not an ideal fight for them. But can't really choose that much at this point. Hey man, we don't have Yang depletion. They could have avoided it. They could have chosen differently. SR is so stacked right here as Han looks for the flank. Oh my goodness, Rico just threatening the behind the back parry as Han is gonna get stabbed in the back by someone else getting parry. My man just turned that parry and stabbed him in the back.
No! No! IG.
Yes. Yes.
Very unfortunate circumstance, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, RW's dream is alive still. They got 58 seconds. They need a miracle here. They are getting dove bomb by
YZG.
YZG. I think YZG has ult advantage here too. They got ult advantage. They got health advantage. Youth is getting juggled right now. He's getting focus fire by the lobby. No! We lost our Enor. Now SR is joining the fray. Oh my god, and they destroy YZG as well. RW's luck is running out. Can they find? I mean, this is the good part about mirror match, that they can disappear into the comps. But Yuan not being able to disappear ends up getting full cooked. Hadi gets launched into TE and now barbecued. And the dreams have all been barbecued. IG has fallen, RW has been fallen, and XKG holds the line with 0 kills.
Absolute insanity, by the way.
0 kills.
The fact that they donut game number 6 and that they're still gonna qualify just off of the fact of like, okay, this person died, this person died, this person died. Now we're good. We're chilling. We don't need to do anything for the rest of the day. They managed to hold true. They're still alive as well. That is the most interesting thing to me, is that we still have one member of XKG who is currently just hiding somewhere with Yang Depletion, about to get fully eliminated, because the Yang Depletion is going to get them eventually. But we're seeing some pretty crazy things going on here. A Raven, as YZG for the first time all day decided to lock in. They've got themselves a very good showing of points for this last game as well. But yeah, it's a little too late for lots of these players, as they're really trying to put on the win, and they just have not been able to come away with it.
I mean, no old zone gets hit. It's where benefits the teams that are very, very stacked. As SR is super stacked, TE is very stacked. We're getting an SR versus TE, no ult involved, but Zhao running for his life against TXJ. Triple gold armor. TE is going for a victory lap right here. They might even yoink away the MVP from SR. I said, wait, there's 2 kills left to be had. Placement points. They're gonna get Kukatu here. Oh, wait a minute. Zhao is trying to steal the kill, or Rico's trying to steal the kill from them. Hey, this guy's not part of the team. Get that guy. Rico does get taken down. Yeah, wait a minute. T's gonna steal the MVP right at the end with this 1 extra kill. Yuxian is trying to deny the last hit, but he has a hottie following his hottie. Where you going, hottie?
Hottie, my boy.
He's trying to make it. So, oh, he denies the kill.
What a kill deny to end out the day, ladies and gentlemen. Is that a TE victory? Is that an RW MVP for game number 6? As they're gonna get sent to that losers bracket. Very unfortunate.
I wonder what their placement point is. Do they have enough? I don't think so. It's gonna be close though. It's gonna be heartbreaking when they look at that they could have played it a little, just a smidge better, and they were fine. But it's hard to slow things down and navigate the end game.
Yeah, it's difficult, but hey man, what are you gonna do? You get to this point, you're feeling good, you wanna win. It's really not ideal, but I mean they still have a shot. Losers bracket is going to give all of these players that didn't really shine today the opportunity to get back into this tournament, make it to those grand finals. And it's going to be happening very soon. And these guys, they've got it. I know that they've got it. I'm confident that the top 4 here will be able to get themselves into that winner's bracket back again. And we will see them back on the stage for the grand finals. What do you think, Raven? Do you think that we're going to see any upsets coming through?
For today, or in general for finals?
For the last losers bracket to go to finals. Do you think any of the bottom 4 teams that are going to be competing against the bottom 4 from this lobby?
Oh yeah.
We'll see an upset or two?
Yeah, for sure. You saw it even this last game, just how it's anyone's game. If someone starts snowballing out of control, I'd say only like the top 3 or 4 teams really can slow you down if you're having a pop-off game. But even then, like if any of those top teams get sniped a little bit earlier, that you catch them off guard, I feel like anyone can have a 15-point game. If RW can come from the depths and still have a 15-point game, especially in a mirror matchup, it's definitely possible for any of the teams. So for sure, we're going to get upsets in the lower bracket of who's going to be moving forward. I don't believe the compositions are flushed out. Some of the strategy is flushed out. But I would still say the Battle Royale, there's still a lot to be learned of what's like the most optimal, how you can get away with a lot of these situations. I think it's going to be pressed even further now that more people are doing something I've said for a long time, is that it's less about composition, it's more about weapon composition as well. It's a big component about trios is which weapons you get and how you play those weapons as a team together. We saw a lot of double spear today, the bonks coming out, and a double dragon slayer, as we're seeing RW with a massive game right here. 15 kills, 15-point game score, no placement point. What? Oh, because they didn't technically win. They just MVP the round. MVP doesn't hold a score. I'm curious to see what the overall score is. How close does this be? Just so we can be heartbroken and sweat it out with the teams that almost made it today. Remember, top 4 are going to be the ones going through. Bottom 4 got to go to lower bracket. As the overall score is CE at 88, SR at 59, Wolves at 44, XKG at 42, neck to neck with these two. And IG 10 points behind RW. 13 points behind? No, 12 points behind. So very close. Striking distance for IG and RW. 5-2-1 and YZG. A bit of an off day for both these teams. I think they definitely can perform really well. And they're going to go down to the lower bracket. Same with IG and RW. Should be interesting though. It was very exciting seeing TE and SR kind of go at it. And it kind of solidifies the picture of what I was thinking, is those two teams definitely have an edge over everyone else, with Wolves being not that far behind. But for sure, team play wise, strategy wise, composition, counter strategy, they have quite a bit of edge all the way around over all the rest of the team. So again, copycat league. Everyone learns from Mystic TXJ. So by next week, I'm sure more and more teams will have more things figured out. And eventually, we're going to have to go for some new reinventions. TXJ usually leads the charge in trying out new things that he finds meta. I didn't get to see the Shile Temi Zendu that Taki was telling me about. Some DRG's been running it, so hopefully we see that in the future. But for now, Viper composition and Yushan kind of going at it and really dictating the day outside of the mirror matchups. Feel like Hadi underperformed with Zipping and Enor, even though it's the strongest composition. Does get an MVP this round because it's the only comp that was played. But I think it only won when TE was playing it today.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting thing to see, like what comps win when a certain person is going to be playing that specific comp, right? So, you know, we're gonna have to wait and see how the meta is going to start to shape out, because like you said, TXJ is a trendsetter. He's going to be the pioneer of the league. Everyone's going to sort of follow suit after him. Whatever he plays is kind of going to go into these next couple of rounds. So it really depends on nerfs and patches. It depends on the meta shift. It's going to be very interesting. But you know what else is going to be even more interesting, Raven? This interview. We'll be right back.
好的，亲爱的观众朋友，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人张欣。So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Post the Game Interview, and my host today, Yu. So today we invite Tutu. Let's say hello to audience， 给观众朋友打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是小野 Gaming 的图图。
欢迎图图来到我们赛后采访席，也是再一次恭喜到今天进入到我们赛段的总决赛。So the first question, you guys worked really well together in the like the game 4, and you guys get the top score. So who's the shot caller one in your team? 那么想问一下，你们在第4局的时候，整体的配合包括得分都是非常非常不错的。你们队内是谁去做这个线上的指挥，在这个第4小局呢？
大家都有参与吧，每个人都有每个人的想法，其实也挺好的。
So I think everyone can be the shot caller in the game, and everyone has their own mind point, and can give the caller to everybody, and we can cooperation well together in the game 4. So let's move to next part and the treasure. 那么也是进入到我们的宝藏问题环节。So today's question is, which hero did Chucky Tutu use in Game 6? And A is 子平英 B is Hardy, C is Aina 1. So, if the full mark is 10, how many points will you to give yourself today? 那么也想问一下图图老师，今天如果有10分的总分的话，会给自己的今天表现打多少分呢
？6到7分吧。
6到7分，也就是说，觉得自己还需要有一个进步的地方，有没有想好说，接下来要在日常的训练中去多提升一下自己什么方面？
就是主要是有时候是运营和判断问题吧。
Okay, so I can give myself 6 or 7 points because I think I can do more daily practice to improve myself. 那么也是进入倒数环节 ，It's counting time right now. 让我们一起倒数3个数吧，用英文，谢谢。
3, 2, 1.
Yes, screenshot. The correct answer is C. So the last question 也是我本人最关心的一个问题。How do you plan to celebrate or rest after today's game? 那也是想问一下图图老师，今天在XKG 进行了一个这么紧张激烈的比赛之后，会去怎样去庆祝一下今天的一个胜利呢？
其实主要今天打的也不是很好，可能也不太会庆祝吧，就是不太会庆祝。就还是按正常的平时安排来去走。
那我们下来平时也会更多的有一些练习，去和队友提升一下默契。So for me, I think we will not to do much like celebrate with my friend. We will get more practice with my teammate and my coach. 那么也是祝你在接下来有一个很好的成绩。Let's go back to casters.
You got us in. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got a bit of an answer for treasure for you guys as we head back to the interview room. Now we're here. Oh.
Wait, I thought they...
Hey, Shimon. Black screen. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can hear me, that has been our interview for the day. Oh, no, no.
Back at Trios for NARAKA Pro League. I am Raven PLZ, and I am joined by the beautiful Luckbox Sebulous. What an exciting day, Seb. A lot of ups and downs, you know, IG showing up big. I thought they were going to not do super well, and then they did super well, and then they didn't do super well, you know. A little bit of a roller coaster there. XKG, Dreams, or RW, the dream was alive. Unfortunately, not able to get through the Goliaths of the lobby. TE and SR looking unbeatable. Not gonna lie, besides playing against each other, they look flawless. With very little openings going against them. I mean, TE's bad games was a lot of teams' best games. So moving forward, I'm excited to see what else is going to be evolved. And TXJ is definitely blazing away, leading the meta, looking better than ever with his new teammates. And SR with NY7 still getting used to the new position 1 fragger. NY7 was one of the best players of Alliance last year, and now he's moving over to SR, which SR was the most dominant team last year. So still time for them to synergize and get together. As you're seeing the 4 going through, TESR, Wolves, XKG, and the lower bracket getting filled out with OUG, WBG, FPX, GG, and now with the 4 today on the lower side, IG, RW, 521, and YZG. Surprises for me today, Seb. I want to hear what your surprises were. 521 surprised me. They were doing so well in martial arts, so well last time I watched them in lower bracket, but still what I see is transitioning to the consistency versus the top 4 in the league, which I thought 521 last year was definitely knocking on the door, but maybe, you know, this year a little bit of a new meta, still a lot of NARAKA to be played going towards finals, so they still have an opportunity to prove themselves.
Yeah, I definitely think that you know, they're under the gun a little bit. They're gonna be able to prove themselves later on in the season, and I think they're gonna do a really good job of that in the future. But right now, you know, they fell a little bit short, but it's okay. It's okay. At the end of the day, they made it to the start of the winners bracket. All they have to do is not screw up in losers bracket, right? So they have that opportunity to get themselves back into the finals. They're not going to be gone forever. It's a double elimination style. So you have to lose. You have to be in the bottom 4 twice to get yourself completely out of the games. And, you know, it is unfortunate if that does happen to you, but it's got to happen somehow, because there's only 8 players in the lobby and only half of them get to move forward for every single one of these stages. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into that last stage of the day where we say goodbye to you guys. Thank you so much for coming to watch. Hope you guys enjoyed. Make sure to tune in tomorrow. I've been Seb. I've been joined alongside Raven PLZ, and we are signing off. Take care and peace.
Bye-bye.